With only 7 days left until the college entrance exam, I suddenly saw a number floating above my head. 250. I thought it was an illusion until I deleted the mobile game from my phone and my score skyrocketed to 360. From that moment on, I realized that every choice I made would affect my college entrance exam score. Doing practice problems, my score went up. Staying up late, my score dropped. Being confessed to by the class beauty, I almost fell back to square one. Everyone laughed at me for cramming at the last minute, and the top student Zhang Yang was certain I would fail the exam. But they didn't know that I was rewriting my destiny one point at a time. On the night of the college entrance exam results release, the whole class was waiting to see me make a fool of myself. I clicked open the score page. Total score, 750. Chapter 1. 7 days before the college entrance exam, I saw my score. 7 days until the college entrance exam, and suddenly I saw a number floating above my head. 250. I stare at myself in the mirror for a full 10 seconds. That number hung right above my head, a glaring red, like the red pen my homeroom teacher loved to use when grading papers, stinging my eyes. I rubbed my eyes. The numbers are still there. I lowered my head and washed my face again. I looked up again. 250. My heart skipped a beat. It's over. Could it be that I stayed up all night playing games and messed up my brain? Lin Chuan, the homeroom teacher, old Joe, roared from outside the restroom. The bell for class has already rung. How much longer are you going to stare at yourself in the mirror in the restroom? Are you planning to rely on your face to get into college? A burst of laughter came from outside. I quickly wiped my face and pushed the door open to leave. As soon as I stepped into the classroom, I froze completely because I realized I'm not the only one with a number above my head. Class monitor Zhang Yang had a golden number floating above his head. 681. He was looking down, working on a tough math problem, his pen tip moving swiftly across the scratch paper, with an air of "I'm not like you ordinary folks." Shan Jixia, sitting in the third row by the window, had 612 above her head. She wore a clean white school uniform, her long hair tied into a ponytail. The sunlight fell on her profile, and her eyelashes drooped gently like little fans. She was reciting an English essay template in a soft voice. In the face of difficulties, we should not back down. I glanced at the 612 on her head, then at my own 250. For a moment, I felt like a defective product that had stumbled into a world of academic elites. Even more absurdly, Wang Fatty, who usually sleeps even more soundly than I do in class, actually had a 398 floating above his head. I couldn't help but walk over to him and stare at his head. Wang Fatty got creeped out by my staring. "Bro Chuan, what are you doing? Is there a flower on my head?" I opened my mouth but didn't dare to speak, because I was afraid that if I said a word, someone would send me to the psychiatric ward. I sat back down in my seat, my heart pounding. What exactly is this? A hallucination? A prank? Or have I suddenly awakened some strange ability? I was thinking to myself when Zhang Yang walked down from the podium and deliberately paused as he passed by my desk. He glanced down at my blank math exam paper and curled the corner of his mouth. "Lin Chuan, there are only 7 days left until the college entrance exam. And you haven't written a single word on your paper." I ignored him. I've heard this kind of talk too many times before, so I've become immune to it. But today was different, because the 681 above his head was glaringly reminding me that he truly had the right to mock me. Seeing that I remained silent, Zhang Yang raised his voice even more. "But you're right, whether you write it or not. It's all the same." He slapped his exam paper onto the desk. For some, hard work is the icing on the cake. For others, it's a waste of paper and ink. Someone in the classroom let out a laugh. "Zhang Yang, you're way too harsh." But to be fair, Lin Chuan's grades are so bad he probably can't even get into a vocational college. Doesn't he play games every day? He could become a game streamer in the future. A streamer needs an audience too. Peals of laughter followed one after another. I lowered my head, my fingers slowly clenching. If it were before, I would probably have shot back, "None of your damn business." Then I would have just laid my head down and gone back to sleep. But now, I can't say a single word, because the 250 above my head is harsher than their mockery. 250 points. With this score, I can't get into any school. No matter how much my parents try to comfort me, saying things like every trade has its master, I knew deep down they still hoped I could get into college. Even if it was just an ordinary undergraduate program. Even if it was just a school that would let them hold their heads high in front of relatives. But 250 points. Don't even mention undergraduate studies. Even a decent associate degree might not be enough. Old Joe walked into the classroom holding a stack of test papers, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. You're in your senior year of high school, and you're still laughing. The classroom fell silent instantly. Old Joe slammed the test papers onto the podium. This is your last weekly test score. He swept his gaze across the entire class, his eyes finally landing on me. Some students. The teacher doesn't even know what to say anymore. No need to name names. I knew he was talking about me. Sure enough, the next second, he called out my name. Lin Chuan. My scalp tingled. Present. Old Joe pulled out my exam paper and held it up in the air. Mathematics. 32 points. The class once again let out a low chuckle. My face instantly flushed. Old Joe stared at me, his voice dropping. Lin Chuan, do you know how many days are left until the college entrance exam? I whispered, 7 days. 7 days. Old Joe repeated, as if amused by the absurdity. Others spend 7 days filling in gaps, but you spend 7 days patching up the sky. The stifled laughter in the classroom grew more noticeable. Old Joe, however, did not laugh. He looked at me, his eyes filled with disappointment and weariness. The teacher doesn't necessarily expect you to get top grades, but you must at least take responsibility for your own life. Life. These 2 words hit me like a stone against my chest. I used to hate it when people talked to me about life, because I feel that life is still far away. The college entrance exam is also far away. The future is far away, too. But today, when the number 250 hung over my head, I realized for the first time. The future is not far away at all. It stands just 7 days from now, holding a blank admission letter, staring coldly at me. After class, I didn't lie down to sleep as usual. I stared at my phone. On the screen was the game I had been playing halfway through last night. My teammates were still calling me in the group chat. Chuan, get online. Let's rank up tonight. My finger had just tapped to open the game. The number above my head suddenly moved. 250. It changed to 248. I was so startled that my hand shook, and my phone almost fell to the ground. What's going on? I opened the game, and my score dropped. I didn't believe it, so I quit the game again. The number was still 248. I swallowed hard. Isn't this number fixed? It changes. I tentatively opened a short video app. After scrolling through 2 videos of women dancing, the number above my head jumped again. 247. I'm completely stunned. No way. Even just glancing at it deducts points. I quickly exited the short video. Then I stared at the game apps, short video apps, novel apps, and live streaming apps on my phone's home screen. These sources of joy that had once accompanied me through countless nights now look to me like a row of grim reapers wielding scythes. They are not just apps. They are harvesters of my scores. I hesitated for 3 seconds. Then I grit, set my teeth, and long pressed the first game icon. Uninstall. Confirm uninstall. I stare at the confirm button, my fingers trembling slightly. I've been playing this game for 3 years. Skins, account, rank, friends, everything was in there. But the next second, I looked up and saw that glaring 247. I suddenly felt that those things didn't seem to matter at all. I clicked confirm. The moment the game icon disappeared, the number above my head jumped sharply. 247. 268. 291. 320. It finally stopped at 360. I stood up abruptly. The chair scraped against the floor with a harsh screech. The whole class turned to look at me. Fatty Wong was startled. Bro Chuan, what's wrong with you? Zhang Yang sneered. Uninstalling the game can move yourself? Pretending to work hard now, isn't it too late? I ignored him. I just stared intently at the number above my head. 360. 113 points. I just uninstalled the game, and it actually went up by 113 points. At that moment, my heart was pounding so fast it felt like it was about to burst out of my chest. If uninstalling a game can boost your score, what about studying? What about practicing problems? What about memorizing vocabulary? If I spent all 7 days studying, how much could I improve for 5,500? Or even higher? As soon as this thought crossed my mind, my blood ran hot. It turns out my life wasn't already sentenced to death. It turns out this exam paper can still have its answers changed. When the school bell rang, everyone rushed out. Some made plans for barbecue. Some discussed gaming together at night, and some said it's the last few days anyway, since they couldn't focus on studying, they might as well relax. In the past, I would have been the fastest to run. But today, I slung my backpack over my shoulder and walked in the opposite direction of the school gate. Fatty Wong called out to me, Chuan, heading to the internet cafe. I paused in my steps. The number above my head flickered slightly. 359. Without even turning my head, I immediately said no. Huh? Fatty Wong looked as if he had seen a ghost. You're not going to the internet cafe. Then where are you going? I looked up at the sun about to set on the horizon and took a deep breath. The bookstore. There was 3 seconds of silence behind me. Then a burst of laughter erupted. Lin Chuan is going to the bookstore. Really? Does he even know which way the bookstore door opens? Stop it. He must be going to buy comics. The loudest voice is the most jarring. Even if you cram at the last minute, the Buddha has to be willing to let you. I didn't look back, because the number above my head had increased by 1 point. 361. For the first time, I felt that others' ridicule wasn't as scary as I had thought. What was truly terrifying was me resigning myself to fate. That evening, I walked into the largest bookstore near the school. The college entrance exam materials section was on the 2nd floor. I stood before an entire row of 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of simulation, must-do college entrance exam questions, and 7-day pre-exam score-boosting secrets, and for the first time, I didn't feel a headache. I casually picked up a math past exam paper. The number above my head flickered. 365. I opened to the first page. 368. I carefully read through a basic example problem. 371. My hands began to tremble. It wasn't out of fear. It was excitement. I was like someone who had been desperately poor, suddenly discovering the ground covered in money. And every single question was a score I could pick up. I sat in the corner with my books, flipping from math to English, from English to Chinese composition. The lights in the bookstore flickered on one by one. Outside the window, the sky gradually darkened. Yet the more I read, the clearer my mind became. I used to think studying was painful, but now it's different. Every time I understand one more question, I can see with my own eyes that I'm getting a little closer to college. This is more thrilling than any game leveling up. At 9 in the evening, the bookstore was about to close. The shop assistant reminded me, "Hey, we're about to close." Only then did I look up. My neck was terribly sore and my eyes were dry. But when I saw the number above my head, I was completely stunned. 450. From 250 to 450. It took less than a day. I walked out of the bookstore with a stack of review materials in my arms. The night wind blew against my face, feeling quite cold. But there was a fire burning in my heart. Just then my phone rang. It was my mom calling. Chuan, why aren't you home yet? The food is getting cold." I opened my mouth and my voice suddenly sounded a little hoarse. "Mom, I'm at the bookstore." There was silence on the other end of the line for several seconds. Then my mom asked cautiously, You're buying books? Yeah. Books for the college entrance exam? Yeah. My mom's voice suddenly became very soft. All right, all right. Then Mom will heat up the food for you. I lowered my head, looking at the heavy stack of reference books in my arms. At that moment, I suddenly felt like crying. How much time had I wasted before, on the way home? The number above my head stayed steady at 450. But I knew it wasn't enough. 450 only barely let me touch the edge of the undergraduate admission line. I wanted to aim higher. I want my parents to look up. I also want Zhang Yang to shut up. More importantly, the image of Shin Jishi's profile sitting in the sunlight flashed through my mind. I want one day to stand before her with my head held high, not as a bottom-off-the-class slacker, but as someone truly worthy of their own life. However, what I didn't know was, the next day, Shen Jixia would call me to the stairwell, and then blushing ask me, Lin Chuan, after the college entrance exam, would you be willing to be with me? At that moment, the score of 468 I had just reached above my head would plummet wildly in an instant. Chapter 2. The class beauty confesses to me, but I see my score plummet. My mom heated up some food for me. The meal was simple. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shredded pork with green peppers, and a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. In the past, the first thing I did when I got home was to collapse on the sofa, eating while scrolling through my phone. When my mom scolded me, I would find her annoying. But today, I turned off my phone, sat at the dining table, and ate each bite mindfully. My mom stood at the kitchen door and glanced at me several times. Chuan, what's wrong with you today? My hand, holding the chopsticks, paused mid-motion as I shoveled rice into my mouth. Nothing. Did something happen at school? No. Then why did you suddenly buy so many books? I looked down at the large bag of review materials by my feet and was silent for a few seconds. I want to give it a try. My mom was stunned. My dad was sitting in the living room watching the news. When he heard this, he let out a cold snort. Now you want to try? What are you doing all this time? My mom immediately glared at him. You could say a little less. My dad was unconvinced. Did I say something wrong? There are only 7 days until the college entrance exam, and he's buying all these books. No, is he planning to eat them to boost his score? If it were before, I would have definitely thrown down my chopsticks and gone back to my room. But today, I just lowered my head and said, I know it's late. The living room suddenly fell silent. My father seemed surprised that I would say that. I continued, but I don't want to drift anymore. As I said this, I saw the number above my head flicker slightly. 450. 452. I was stunned. Admitting mistakes can actually earn you points. My mom's eyes were a bit red, but she still managed to smile and said, It's never too late. As long as you want to learn, it's never too late. My dad didn't say anything more. Just 10 minutes later, he turned down the volume on the TV. After a while, he came over with a glass of milk and placed it beside my desk. Drink it. His tone was still stiff. I looked up at him. He turned his face away. Don't look at me. Your mom told me to heat it up. My mom shouted from the kitchen. I did not. My dad's face darkened, and he turned and walked away. I looked at the glass of milk and suddenly smiled. The number above my head ticked up a little. 453. That night, I studied until 1 in the morning. Not because I was particularly disciplined. It's because I can't stop. Memorizing 10 English words earns 1 point. Figuring out a multiple-choice math problem earns 2 points. Redoing a wrong problem correctly earns 3 points. Organizing SAM materials gaining 1 more point. Back when I played games, the most thrilling moment was when my equipment upgraded. Now I realize watching my college entrance exam score gradually rise feels even more satisfying than getting a legendary item drop. At 1:30 in the morning, I finally couldn't hold on anymore and fell asleep slumped over the desk. When I woke up again, it was 6 in the morning. My first reaction was to look at the number above my head. 461. After a night's sleep, it had actually gone up by 8 points. I understood instantly. Taking reasonable breaks can also increase your score. So I took out my notebook and wrote down the first rule. 1. Wasting time will deduct points. 2. Effective studying will increase points. 3rd, a stable mindset will help you gain points. 4th, lack of sleep may cause you to lose points. After writing these 4 rules, I suddenly felt as if I had mastered a life cheat code. But soon I realized that this cheat wasn't that simple. After arriving at school, I had just sat down when Wang Fatty leaned over with a mysterious look on his face. Chuan, you really didn't log in last night, no. Your account was almost kicked out of the team. Let them kick me out. Wang Pengzi's eyes widened. Are you serious? I took out my English vocabulary book from my backpack. He looked at me as if I were some kind of monster. No way. Chuan Ge, who possessed you? I ignored him. Because the moment I opened my vocabulary book, the number above my head jumped from 461 to 462. This feeling was absolutely wonderful. I even found Fatty Wong's nonsense more tolerable. But someone doesn't want me to have it easy. After morning reading, Zhang Yang walked past my desk with a water cup. He deliberately stopped and glanced at the math problem I was working on. Then he smiled. Don't you know how to solve this problem? I didn't look up. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for those around to hear. Lin Chuan, the way you're pretending to work hard now is actually quite touching. Someone nearby laughed. Zhang Yang, she went to the bookstore yesterday. Really? She bought a bunch of college entrance exam materials. Zhang Yang feigned surprise. Oh, that's incredible. Going from 0 to Tsinghua and Peking University in just 7 days. Another round of laughter. I tightened my grip on the pen. The number above my head flickered. 462. 461. My heart skipped a beat. Anger deducts points. I immediately closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Don't get angry. Let him mock as he pleases. I'll earn my points as I go. The number has stabilized back to 462. I lowered my head and continued solving the problems. Zhang Yang, seeing that I didn't argue back, found it boring and left with a cold snort. During the 3rd period in the morning, Old Zhou handed out a timed practice test. In the past, I would just guess my way through this kind of exam paper. This time, I did it seriously. For the questions I didn't know, I skipped them first. I didn't lose a single point on the basic marks I could secure. By the end, I'd actually filled in most of the exam paper. When handing in the exam paper, Old Zhou gave me an extra glance. Didn't sleep today? I said no. He picked up my paper and scanned it for a few seconds, his expression clearly stunned. Okay, keep it up. Just one sentence. The number above my head jumped straight to 468. I almost laughed out loud. It turns out that a teacher's approval can also affect my state of mind. At noon after class, Shen Jixia stood at the classroom door and called me softly. Lin Chuan. I looked up. Sunlight streamed in through the hallway window, falling on her. Today, she had her hair tied up in a high ponytail, her school uniform sleeves rolled up to her forearms, and an English composition book in her hand. A few boys around immediately turned to look at her. Zhang Yang also lifted his head. He likes Shen's Ixiathes is hardly a secret in the class. But Shen Jixia is polite to everyone and treats him the same way. Is there something? I asked. Shen Jixia glanced around and whispered, Can you come out for a moment? The class fell silent for a moment. Wang Pengzi gasped behind me. Holy shit, Chuan Ge. My heart also skipped a beat. Shen Jixia called me alone. In the past, I would have been so happy I could have jumped on the spot. But now my first reaction is actually to look up at the score. 468. It hasn't changed. I breathed a sigh of relief and followed her to the stairwell. During the lunch break, the stairwell was empty. The wind blew in from the window, carrying the heat of June. Shen Jixia stood in front of me, her head lowered, the tips of her ears slightly red. I suddenly became nervous. "What do you want from me?" She was silent for a few seconds, as if finally gathering the courage to look up at me. "Lin Chuan, I heard you've started studying seriously recently." "Yeah, it's pretty good. Thank you." The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. I had no idea what she was really trying to say, until she clutched the English book in her hand and said, very softly, "Actually, I've always felt that you're not what they say you are." My heart skipped a beat. Shanjisha continued, "You used to be a bit wild, but you're not a bad person. Last time, when I was cornered by some boys from the next class at the stairwell, you helped me out. And during the high school sports meet in our first year, when I had low blood sugar, you were the one who handed me candy." I had almost forgotten about these things. I didn't expect her to still remember. She looked at me, her voice even lower. "Lin Chuan, after the college entrance exam, would you be willing to give it a try with me?" In that moment, my mind went blank with a bang. Shenjisha, the class bell, the universally recognized moonlight of the entire school. She is confessing to me. If this were before, I would definitely think I was dreaming. No, even now, I feel like I'm dreaming. My lips move slightly. I almost blurted out I do. But just as that word was about to leave my lips, the number above my head suddenly began to flicker wildly. 468, 451, 430, 407, 389. I felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over me from head to toe. My score was dropping, and it was dropping fast. I only agreed to it in my heart, and my score dropped by nearly 80 points. If I actually agreed, what would happen 350, 300, or fall back to 250? I looked at Shinjisha's slightly reddened eyes, my throat feeling as if something were stuck in it. I like her. I've liked her since the first year of high school. Every time she passes by my seat, I pretend not to care, but my peripheral vision is always following her. When she received the essay award on stage, I said it was boring, but in my heart, I thought she shone like a light. But now, I can't say yes. At least not right now. Because I can't even grasp my own future. What right do I have to drag her down with me? I closed my eyes and almost gritted my teeth as I said, "I'm sorry." The flush on Shen Jixua's face gradually faded away. She looked at me. I didn't dare to meet her eyes. I don't want to be in a relationship right now. The moment those words fell, the number above my head stopped dropping. 389, 402, 430. Finally, back to 468. But I couldn't feel the slightest bit happy. Shinjixia was silent for a long time. So long that even the wind in the hallway seemed to have stopped. She nodded gently. "I understand." She turned to leave. I instinctively wanted to explain. "Shun, Jixia, I'm not." But before he could finish, a cold laugh suddenly came from the stairwell. Zhang Yang stood there. No one knew how long he had been listening. He looked at me, his eyes cold and mocking. "Lin Chuan, do you really think you're someone important?" Shen Jixia's face turned pale. Zhang Yang walked down, deliberately raising his voice. "Shen Jixia confessed to you, and you rejected her. Look at your own grades and qualifications before you talk. What, just because you went to a bookstore yesterday? You think you can turn things around?" I clenched my fists. Zhang Yang stared at me and continued, "Do you know what you look like right now? Ungrateful." Shen Jixia frowned. "Zhang Yang, stop it." But Zhang Yang only grew more excited. Did I say anything wrong? Someone like him probably can't even score over 300 on the college entrance exam, yet he still puts on airs of aloofness. "Shenxia, you're just too kind, which is why you think he can be saved." These words cut through like knives. I looked at Shin Jixia's pale face, my heart aching with suppressed pain. I wanted to tell her that's not how it is. I don't look down on her. I just don't dare. I'm afraid that if I agree, I'll never be able to get back up again. But I can't say that. Am I supposed to tell them that I can see my own college entrance exam scores? No one would believe it. They would only think I'm crazy. Shin Jixia gave me one last look. In that look, there was disappointment, embarrassment, and a hint of grievance I couldn't quite understand. Then she turned and walked away. Zhang Yang watched her leave, then turned back to stare coldly at me. Lin Chuan. Stay away from her after the college entrance exam. I looked up at him. The number above his head was still 681. Lofty and aloof, just like the man himself. I suddenly smiled. Zhang Yang frowned. "What are you laughing at?" I said nothing. He said coldly, "You'd better have some self-awareness." I looked at him and said, word by word, "Zhang Yang, see you in 7 days." He was stunned for a moment, then as if he had heard a joke. "All right." He patted me on the shoulder. 7 days from now. I'll be curious to see what score you can get." With that, he turned and walked away. I stood alone in the stairwell. My chest felt so tight it ached. But that 468 above my head was like a fire, burning my eyes until they felt hot. I turned around and went back to the classroom, sat down, and opened my math test paper. Fatty Wong whispered to me, "Chuan, what's going on between you and Shinjixia?" I didn't answer. After Zhang Yang returned to his seat, he deliberately spread the word about what had just happened. Within 10 minutes, the entire class knew about it. No way, Shinjixia confessed to Lin Chuan. Really, the key point is that Lin Chuan actually refused. What gives him the right? Laughing to death, he bought a few books yesterday, and today he thinks no one is good enough for him. It's not that he's not good enough for anyone, it's that no one is good enough for him. These words crept into my ears. The hand holding my pen trembled slightly. The score flickered again. 467. I immediately lowered my head and continued working on the problems. Don't listen. Don't look. Don't think. All I need to do now is improve my score. The first multiple choice question, got it right? 469. The second fill-in-the-blank question, got it right? 471. A function problem got stuck. I looked up the formula in the book and re-derived it. 474. Before the end of evening self-study, I finally finished an entire set of basic math papers. The number above my head jumped to 500. A full 500. I stared at that number, my fingers slowly clenching. The embarrassment in the stairwell still lingered. The look of disappointment in Shin Jixia's eyes still remained. Zhang Yang's mockery was still there. But at this moment, I suddenly wasn't so panicked anymore. Because I know that as long as I keep moving upward, one day I will be able to say everything clearly. Not through explanations, but through achievements. That night, I wrote a sentence on the first page of my error notebook. Before the college entrance exam ends, no dating, no gaming, no giving in to fate. After writing the last 3 words, the number above my head flickered again. 501. I stared at that number and whispered, "Shenjia, wait for me." Chapter 3. Everyone laughs at me for pretending to work hard, but only my scores know I'm changing my fate. The next morning, as soon as I entered the classroom, I sensed something was off. The usually noisy class fell silent for a moment the instant I appeared. Then all kinds of gazes fell on me. Curiosity, mockery, schadenfreude, and a few poorly concealed looks of contempt. I know. It's about what happened in the stairwell yesterday that got around. Lin Chuan turned down Shinjixia. That in itself was already absurd enough. Even more absurd was that I, a perennial bottom-off-the-class slacker with an IQ starting at 250, actually rejected the moonlight in the hearts of all the boys in the class. Anyone would think I'm crazy. As soon as I sat down, Wang Fatty leaned over. "Chuango, you're famous now." I took out my English vocabulary book from my backpack. "Oh. Oh? What else?" Fatty Wong lowered his voice. "They all say you're pretending." "Yeah. Some people also say you deliberately rejected Shinjixia to get her attention." I flipped open my vocabulary notebook. The number above my head rose from 501 to 502. I felt a little calmer. Let them say what they want. Wang Pongzi looked at me, hesitating as if he wanted to say something. Chuange, you've really changed. I said nothing. It's not that I've changed. It's that I've finally seen what I couldn't see before. In the past, I thought skipping class, sleeping, and playing games were no big deal. Anyway, we're all still young. But now I know that every lazy choice is quietly deducting points from the future. Morning reading begins. I start memorizing vocabulary. Abandon. Give up. I looked at the word and couldn't help but laugh. The first word was give up. How ironic. This used to be what I was best at. Giving up on learning, giving up on effort, giving up on explanations, and also giving up on the guilt that came after disappointing my parents. But today, I memorized this word 10 times. The number above my head jumped to 503. After morning reading ended, Zhang Yang walked over to my desk. Behind him followed a few boys who usually like to stir up trouble. Lin Chuan. I didn't look up. Something up, Zhang Yang slapped a math test paper onto my desk. I heard you finished a set of basic practice papers during last night's study session. I continued copying vocabulary words. Yeah. He smiled. Then you must be really good now. A few boys nearby immediately chimed in. Brother Chuan is about to turn his life around now. 7 days to get into Tsinghua or Peking University. Do you even understand the weight of that? Don't talk nonsense. How could Tsinghua or Peking University be worthy of Brother Chuan? He even turned down Shinjisha. Laughter rang out in the classroom again. My hand paused for a moment. The number above my head changed from 503 to 502. I immediately took a deep breath. I must not let them affect me. Every sneer they made was stealing my points. I didn't look up, only said calmly, "Take the paper away. Don't block the light." The smile on Zhang Yang's face froze for a moment. In the past, if he mocked me, I would definitely explode. As long as I exploded, he would win. But today, I didn't explode. Instead, he seemed a bit bored. But he quickly smiled again. All right, isn't old Joe giving a pop quiz this afternoon? Do you dare to compete with me? The entire class fell silent instantly. I finally looked up at him. The number above Zhang Yang's head was still 681. And now I'm at 502. The gap is huge. Enormous. But I wasn't afraid. Because I knew this was only for now. Then what? I asked. Zhang Yang seemed surprised that I actually dared to respond. He raised an eyebrow. Let's compare the results of this quiz. Someone nearby whistled. Exciting. Zhang Yang, you're bullying people. Is there even a need to compare? One scored 681. The other probably around 300. I glanced at Zhang Yang. What happens if I lose? Zhang Yang's smile grew more obvious. You lost, Dot. From now on, stop pretending to be the hardworking type and stay away from Shinjisha. The tip of my pen stopped. From the back of the classroom came the sound of jeering. Agree to him, Lin Chuan, do you dare? Weren't you pretty tough when you rejected the class beauty yesterday? Just then, Shinjisha walked in from the classroom door. She had clearly heard the latter part of the sentence. Her footsteps paused for a moment. I saw her look at me, her gaze calm, but she didn't smile at me like she used to. A sharp pang struck my heart. The number above my head flickered slightly. 501. I lowered my head and pinched my palm hard with my fingertips. I must not panic. I looked up at Zhang Yang. And if I win? Zhang Yang was taken aback for a moment. Then he burst out laughing. You win. He looked as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Lin Chuan, have you studied yourself, stupid? I didn't laugh. Just looking at him. Zhang Yang felt a bit uncomfortable under my gaze and let out a cold snort. If you win, I'll apologize to you in front of the whole class. Okay? I agreed too quickly. which instead made the whole class fall silent for a moment. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes. All right, see you this afternoon. He turned and left. Fatty Wong was so anxious that he nearly squeezed my arm off. Chuan, are you crazy? You're comparing grades with Zhang Yang. I flipped open my math error notebook. Yeah, he's in the top 20 of his grade. I know. And you still want to compete? I looked up at the 502 above my head and said quietly, if I don't compare, how will I know how high I can rise? Every class in the morning felt like I had pressed the fast-forward button. In Chinese class, the teacher talked about essay themes. I used to hate writing essays the most. I always felt that stuff was flashy and insubstantial, full of empty words no matter how much you wrote. But today I realized that as long as I listen carefully, my score goes up. When the teacher said, don't rely on templates, start from the core of the question, my score jumped from 502 to 506. I immediately wrote that sentence down in my notebook. Math class, the teacher is explaining derivatives. My head is spinning. But every time I want to give up, that number is like a hand pulling me back from the edge of slacking off. If I don't understand, I ask. If you don't understand, write it down. If you get stuck, break it down. After one lesson, my score rose to 514. In English class, I forced myself not to get distracted. Previously, when listening to English audio, I basically relied on luck. Today, I discovered that as long as I carefully analyze the original text and look for keywords, my score will improve slightly. By the time lunch break came, the number above my head had already turned into 523. In just half a day, I gained more than 20 points. But it's not enough. The afternoon quiz with a mixed paper of math and English. Total score, 150. Someone like Zhang Yang can consistently score above 130. In the past, scoring 60 was already considered a stroke of incredible luck for me. The gap is ridiculously huge. During lunch break, everyone lies down to sleep. I want to sleep too. But as soon as I lay down, the number dropped from 523 to 521. I was so startled that I immediately sat up. It wasn't that I couldn't sleep. It's just that my mind was too restless. Laying down wouldn't help me fall asleep. It would only make me anxious. So I took out my error notebook and went over the questions I got wrong yesterday again. 1 question, 2 questions, 3 questions. The score was climbing little by little. 526, 529, 533. Just as I was writing the 5th question, a bottle of water suddenly appeared on the desk. I looked up. It was Shenjisha. She stood by my desk, her expression a little uneasy. Afternoon exam, don't be too nervous. I was taken aback for a moment. A few glances immediately swept over from around us. Zhang Yang saw it too, and his face instantly darkened. I looked at the bottle of water, then raised my head to look at her. The number above my head flickered slightly. 533. 532. My heart tightened. Don't mess things up. I didn't take that bottle of water. Just whispered, thanks. I brought my own. Shen Jisha's hand froze in midair. I almost dared not look into her eyes. She slowly withdrew the water and nodded. Okay. She turned and walked away. Her silhouette was very quiet. My heart felt unbearably heavy. Fatty Wong was watching from the side, nearly dying of anxiety. Chuan Ge, what the hell are you thinking? Shenjisha even offered you water herself. I lowered my head and rewrote the answers to the wrong questions. I can't afford to be distracted right now. Come on, that's way too harsh. Harsh. I looked up at the 533 that had stabilized above me. Yeah, it really is. Be harsh on her. Be harsh on myself too. But I have no choice. I'm afraid that if I let go, the number I've worked so hard to raise will drop back to 250. At 2 p.m., the quiz began. Old Joe handed out the test papers. This is the last week. This kind of quiz isn't for ranking, it's to keep you in practice. After he said that, his gaze lingered on me for a moment. Some students have made progress recently, but don't get cocky. The whole class knew he was talking about me. Zhang Yang let out a light chuckle. I looked down at the exam paper. First question sets. Basic question. I quickly wrote down the answer. The number above my head flickered. 534. Second question. Domain of the function. I almost made a random choice out of habit. But just as I was about to put pen to paper, the number suddenly flickered from 534 to 532. I stopped. Re-examined the question. There is a condition hidden in the problem that the denominator cannot be 0. I changed my answer. 535. My heart began to race. This ability is also useful in exams. But I quickly calmed down. It doesn't directly tell me the answer. It only reminds me of the consequences my choices will bring. To truly find the correct answer, I still have to rely on myself. As I worked through the multiple choice questions one by one, I was more serious than ever before. I didn't dare to guess any option carelessly, because if I got it wrong, my score would really drop. When I got to question 8, I got stuck. It was a question about function graphs. I stared at it for a long time, my mind in a complete mess. In the past, when faced with this kind of question, I would have just guessed C. This time I was about to guess. But the number dropped from 538 to 536. I immediately stopped writing. I can't guess. I drew a diagram on the scratch paper. Substitute. Exclude. 3 minutes later, I chose D. The number rose to 540. At that moment, I almost burst out laughing in the exam hall. It turns out many of the questions weren't that I didn't know how to solve them. It was that I had been too lazy to learn them before. The math section ended, and my score had already climbed to 552. Next is English. The first reading comprehension passage was very easy, and I did it smoothly. The second passage was a bit harder, and I started to get restless. The person next to me was turning their test paper very loudly. Someone behind me coughed softly. Zhang Yang was sitting diagonally in front, writing quickly. My heart began to race. The number dropped from 552 to 549. I immediately closed my eyes. I couldn't look at others. I only looked at my own exam paper. I went back to the first paragraph of the article, searching for keywords sentence by sentence. The question asks about the author's attitude, not the main idea of the passage. I changed the original options. 551. Keep going. Closed test. I got 2 blanks wrong. The score dropped by 3 points. I didn't panic, because there was still the essay. The English essay topic was an important choice. When I saw this title, I was taken aback for a moment. An important choice. Shen Jixia from yesterday's stairwell flashed through my mind. The uninstalled games on my phone also came to mind. The milk my dad brought late at night flashes through my mind. So does the once glaring 250 above my head. I grip my pen tightly and write the first sentence. Some choices look painful at first, but they may save your future. Some choices may seem painful at first, but they might just save your future. After writing this sentence, the number jumped from 551 to 556. I know. I got it right. I wrote the following content very slowly. No template was used. There are no advanced vocabulary words piled up either. I write about a student who wakes up at the last moment, gives up entertainment, and chooses to work hard again. I write about his fear of failure and his fear that it might be too late. But in the end, he realizes that as long as the bell hasn't rung yet, there is still a chance to change the answer in life. When the final period was placed, the bell for handing in the exam paper rang just in time. I looked up. The number above me stopped at 568. From 5:01 in the morning to 568 now. In one day, I gained another 67 points. But the quiz results haven't come out yet. The whole class is waiting to see the excitement. When Zhang Yang handed in his paper, he turned back and glanced at me, his eyes full of contempt. Finished writing? I said yes. I'm done. He smiled. Hope you don't lose too badly. I didn't reply to him, because I knew I had already beaten my former self. During the first period of evening self-study, old Joe walked into the classroom carrying the corrected exam papers. His expression was a bit strange. The classroom fell silent instantly. Everyone looked toward the podium. Zhang Yang sat up straight, a faint smile on his lips. He was probably ready to hear his high score. I was also ready to see myself make a fool. Old Joe first read out a few people's scores. Wang Lei, 82. Li Chuan, 101. Shen Jixia, 126. When Shen Jixia's name was called, the whole class let out a soft gasp of surprise. Shen Jixia, however, showed no expression, simply lowering her head to look at the exam paper. Then old Joe paused for a moment. He looked up at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, 136. A low murmur immediately rippled through the class. Impressive. Another 130-something. As expected of Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang smiled and deliberately turned back to look at me. His eyes seemed to say, "What do you have to compete with me?" I looked down at the desk and said nothing, because I knew that, given my current level, surpassing him was not realistic. But I wasn't worried. I wanted to know exactly how much I had scored. Old Joe picked up the last exam paper. This time, he looked at it for a long time, so long that the whole class sensed something was wrong. Then he slowly began to speak. Lin Chuan. All eyes instantly fell on me. Some people had already started holding back their laughter. Zhang Yang leaned back in his chair, his face wearing an expression of someone waiting to watch a show. Old Joe looked at me, his voice unusually devoid of anger. 118. The classroom fell silent. A deathly silence. A few seconds later, Wang Pongzi was the first to shout out. How much? Old Joe repeated himself. Lin Chuan, 118. The whole class erupted. Holy crap. No way, right? Wasn't he scoring in the 60s or 70s before? Could it be a grading mistake? The smile on Zhang Yang's face instantly froze. Although 118 had never beaten his 136. But everyone knows what this result means to me. It means I'm not pretending. It means I'm really making progress. It means that the underachiever they mocked for pulling off a 7-day comeback to TSI, Inghua and Peking University is actually starting to climb upward. Zhang Yang's face turned ugly. He said coldly, "Teacher, did he cheat?" The classroom fell silent again. Everyone looked at me. My hands slowly clenched into a fist, just as I expected. When a struggling student suddenly improves, people's first reaction isn't that you work hard, it's that you cheated. Old Joe furrowed his brow. Zhang Yang, you need to have evidence when you speak. Zhang Yang stood up. Teacher, everyone knows what his level was before. Is it reasonable for him to go from scoring 60 or 70 to 118 in just a day or two? A few people around murmured in agreement. It's indeed a bit exaggerated. Could he have seen the questions in advance, or maybe he just guessed correctly? I looked up at Zhang Yang. Anger surged up. The number above my head dropped from 568 to 566. I immediately took a deep breath. I must not get angry. If you want to slap them in the face, slap them so hard they can't speak. I stood up. Teacher. Old Joe looked at me. I said, you can pick any question, and I'll explain it on the spot. The classroom instantly fell silent. Zhang Yang was also taken aback. I looked at him, my voice not loud, but loud enough for the whole class to hear. If I can't explain it, I'll admit I cheated. If I can't explain it, you apologize. Zhang Yang's face darkened. Fine. Old Joe looked at me for a few seconds, pulled out the exam paper, and pointed to the last math problem. This one. Someone in the class gasped. That was the hardest problem on the entire paper. Many people couldn't even solve the first question. I took a look at the problem. To be honest, I was nervous too, because I found this problem very challenging when I worked on it. But I remember the train of thought. I walked up to the podium and picked up the chalk. My palms were completely sweaty. The number above my head dropped from 566 to 563. I closed my eyes. Don't be afraid. You're not doing this to prove it to them. You're doing this to prove it to yourself. I write the first line of the formula on the blackboard. The first step of this problem is not to substitute directly, but to first check the domain. The numbers stop. I continue writing. Second step, break the function into two parts and determine its monotonicity. The number rose from 563 to 565. I became more fluent as I spoke. The chalk glided across the blackboard, producing a crisp sound. At first, there were still people in the audience waiting to see me make a fool of myself. But gradually, no one in the classroom was talking anymore, because they realized that I really could do it. Not only could I do it, but I also explained it very clearly. In the final step, I circled the answer. So the final range is this. I put down the chalk. The classroom was silent for 2 seconds. Old Joe stared at the blackboard, his expression gradually shifting. He nodded. Your line of thinking is correct. I turned to look at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's face had turned extremely ugly. I didn't press the issue aggressively. I simply said, apologize. The whole class held their breath. Zhang Yang clenched his fists, and after a long while, he squeezed out 3 words through gritted teeth. I'm sorry. The voice was very soft. I said, I can't hear you clearly. Someone in the class couldn't help but let out a laugh. Zhang Yang's face flushed bright red. I'm sorry. This time the whole class heard it. I nodded and stepped down from the podium. As I passed by Shen Jixia's seat, I felt her look up at me. In that glance, there was finally no disappointment. But it was shock. There was still a glimmer of light. I returned to my seat and sat down. The number above my head suddenly jumped. 568, 575, 582. It finally stopped at 588. I stared at that number, my heart unable to calm down for a long time. So getting slapped in the face really does increase your score. No. To be precise, I proved myself and became more mentally stable, which is why my score improved. After evening self-study ended, Old Joe called me to the office. I thought he was going to scold me. Unexpectedly, he remained silent for a long time and only asked one question. Lin Chuan, have you never really studied seriously before? I lowered my head. Yeah. Old Joe let out a sigh. Why do you suddenly want to learn now? I thought for a moment and said, because I don't want to just score 250 points anymore. Old Joe was taken aback. I quickly added, I don't want to keep coasting along anymore. Old Joe looked at me for a long time. Finally, he took a printed document out of the drawer. These are the key points I've compiled for last-minute exam prep. He placed it in front of me. These were originally prepared for a few borderline students, but you can take a look. I took the materials, my fingers tightening slightly. Thank you, teacher. Old Joe waved his hand. Don't thank me. He paused, his tone unusually gentle. Lin Chuan, 7 days is indeed very short. But if a person truly wakes up, 7 days can also change many things. My nose suddenly felt a bit sore. When I walked out of the office, it was already dark. The lights in the hallway of the teaching building were lit one by one. I stood in the empty hallway and looked up at my score. 592. 89 points short of the flamboyant 681. 158 points short of the perfect 750. A long way off, but no longer out of reach. I was just about to go downstairs when I heard soft footsteps behind me. I turned around. Shen Jixia stood not far away. holding an English composition book in her hand. She looked at me, her voice very soft. Lin Chuan. My heart tightened. The number above my head swayed gently. I immediately stood up a little straighter. Can I help you? She walked up to me and handed me the composition book. I finished using this book. It contains the sentence patterns and materials I've compiled for writing. I didn't take it. It's not that I don't want to take it. It's that I'm afraid my score will drop again after taking it. Shen Jixia seemed to see my hesitation and said in a low voice, "Don't overthink it. I just think you really want to do well on the exam." She placed the book on the windowsill. Good luck. With that, she turned and walked away. I watched her back, a lump forming in my throat. This time, I did not refuse the book. I walked over and picked it up. The number above my head did not decrease. Instead, he lightly jumped. 593. I was stunned. So it wasn't Shen Jixia who would make me lose points. It was only when I couldn't control myself that I would lose points. I hugged that composition book, standing in the hallway, and suddenly smiled. There were still 6 days until the college entrance exam. My score was 593, and I knew. This is not the end. The real test has only just begun. Chapter 4. Zhang Yang refuses to accept it, so I raise his score right in front of him. The next morning, I was woken up by my dad's knocking on the door. Lin Chuan, it's 6 o'clock. I sat up abruptly from the bed, my first instinct not to check my phone, but to look up at the score. 593. It hadn't dropped. I let out a sigh of relief. The next second, I suddenly realized something was wrong. My dad had never woken me up this early before. In the past, he would only stand at the door and scold me after I overslept. If you keep sleeping, you'll sleep right through your college entrance exam. But today, he actually called me to get up early. I pushed open the door and saw my dad standing at the entrance, holding a thermos in his hand. He had a slightly awkward expression on his face. Your mom made some millet porridge. Drink it on the way. I took the thermos and froze for a moment. Dad, he frowned. What is it, thank you? My dad flinched as if scalded, immediately turning his face away. Don't be so cheesy. If you really want to thank me, just do well on your exams. Don't make your mom and me lose face in front of our relatives all the time. With that, he turned and walked away. I stood at the door, watching his retreating figure, and suddenly let out a small smile. The number above my head flickered softly. 593. 595. It turns out that being believed in by your family can also boost your grades. When I got to school and walked into the classroom, I noticed an extra piece of paper on my desk. On it, written in black ink, were 4 big characters, "Come back King." Below, a turtle was also drawn. You don't need to guess who did it. As soon as Fatty Wong saw me, he quickly crumpled the paper into a ball. Bro Chuan, ignore them. I glanced at the back row. Zhang Yang was sitting in his seat, looking at me with a half smile. The number above his head was still 681. I knew he was holding back his anger after being forced to apologize yesterday. A score of 118 on the quiz made him very uncomfortable. Because although I haven't beaten him yet, I've already moved beyond the range where he could freely mock me. The time when a poor student is most looked down upon is when he himself feels he is no good. But once he starts climbing upward, those who once stood on high ground become afraid instead. That's just how Zhang Yang is. After morning reading began, I opened the composition book Shen Jixia had given me. On the first page was her delicate handwriting. Writing isn't about piling up sentences. It's about expressing what you truly want to say. I stared at that line of text for a few seconds. The number above my head didn't drop. Instead, it jumped from 595 to 596. A sudden relief washed over me. I already figured it out yesterday. What caused me to lose points wasn't Shen Jixia. It was my loss of control when facing Shen Jixia. If what she gives me can make me better, then it's not a distraction, it's a boost. I began to carefully read the essay materials she had organized. Her notes were very neat. After each piece of material, she had written the suitable themes: perseverance, choice, growth, adversity. When I saw the choice column, there was a sentence written next to it: the truly important choices are often not about what you choose, but what you give up. My hand, holding the pen, paused slightly. This sentence felt like it was talking about me. Yesterday in the stairwell, I gave up on the person I most wanted to say yes to. It's not because I dislike it. It's because I don't want to respond to her with a version of myself that has no future. I lowered my head and copied this sentence into my notebook. The number above my head jumped. 598. Just then, someone tapped on the desk. I looked up. Zhang Yang was standing in front of me. A few boys were following behind him. Lin Chuan. I closed the composition book. What is it now? Zhang Yang glanced at the book in my hand and let out a cold laugh. Shen Jixia. The classroom instantly quieted down a little. Shen Jixia sat in the front row, and the hand holding the pen clearly paused for a moment. I didn't deny it. Yes. Zhang Yang's eyes darkened. Didn't you say you didn't want to date before the college entrance exam? So what's with taking someone else's notes now? I looked up at him. Study materials. Zhang Yang laughed. That sounds nice. He deliberately raised his voice. You reject her on one hand, but use her notes to boost your grades on the other. Lin Chuan, you're quite something. Someone in the class whispered. Shen Jixia frowned and was about to speak, but I stood up first. I didn't want her to explain for me. From beginning to end, this was entirely my own choice. I looked at Zhang Yang and said calmly, if you think I can surpass you just by borrowing a composition book, then you can go borrow one too. Someone in the classroom couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Yang's face stiffened. I continued, but whether Shen Jixia is willing to lend it to you is another matter. This time, the entire class completely lost it. Wang Pongzi slapped the table and whispered, awesome, Chuanga. Zhang Yang's face instantly darkened. He stared at me intently. Lin Chuan, don't think that just because you scored 118 on the quiz, you've actually turned things around. I said, I never said I turned things around. Then what are you pretending for? I'm just starting to study. I paused, looking at him as I said each word deliberately. What? Does my studying bother you too? Zhang Yang was left speechless by my retort. In the past, I would have cursed without hesitation. A single provocation from him would have set me off. But I'm not going to blow up now. The calmer I am, the more embarrassed he becomes. Just then, old Joe walked into the classroom. What's all the noise about? The classroom fell silent instantly. Zhang Yang returned to his seat with a cold expression. Old Joe placed a stack of test papers on the podium. This morning, we'll do the final comprehensive mock exam. The whole class immediately burst into groans. No way, another test, even right before the college entrance exam. Teacher, are you really not giving us a break? Old Joe tapped the podium. Better to wail now than after the college entrance exam. He scanned the entire class. This mock exam won't be ranked or publicly criticized, but I'll be watching everyone's performance. Having said that, he looked at me, especially for students whose recent performance has changed significantly. I know he's talking about me. Zhang Yang knows it too. He suddenly raised his hand. Teacher. Old Zhou frowned. What is it? Zhang Yang stood up, his tone seemingly calm but actually full of provocation. Since this is the last mock exam, why not post the results? That way, everyone can know where they stand. The classroom fell silent instantly. Many people looked at me. Everyone knew that Zhang Yang was coming for me. Old Zhou's face darkened. It's not suitable to create excessive pressure before the college entrance exam. Zhang Yang, however, just smiled. Pressure is also motivation. After saying that, he looked at me. You're right, aren't you, Lin Chuan? The eyes of the entire class once again focused on me. I looked at the 681 above his head, then at the 598 above my own. If it were based on the current scores, I would definitely lose. But I suddenly remembered the rules I had sorted out last night. The score is not set in stone before the exam. Every choice can change it. This morning's mock exam might just be my chance to keep raising my score. I stood up. Teacher, I agree to post the grades. The classroom stirred with commotion. Old Joe frowned at me. Lin Chuan, are you sure? I'm sure. Zhang Yang smiled. You've got guts. I smiled at him as well. Zhang Yang, what if I manage to rank in the top 20 of the class this time? You'll apologize again. Zhang Yang was stunned. Then he let out a sneer. Top 20 in the class, he looked at me as if I were crazy. Do you know how many students are in our class? 56? The top 20 all scored at least 580 or above. I said, so you're scared. Zhang Yang's face darkened. Scared of you? Then agree. The atmosphere in the classroom instantly ignited. Damn, Lin Chuan is really bold. Top 20. He only scored 118 on yesterday's quiz. Don't forget, his recent progress has been freakishly fast. Freakishly fast or not, there's no way he could break into the top 20 in just a few days, right? Zhang Yang stared at me and sneered, fine. If you make it into the top 20, I'll apologize. But if you don't, stop using hard work as an excuse to embarrass yourself. I nodded. Deal. When he sat down, Wang Fatty whispered beside him, Bro Chuan, aren't you afraid of death? I flipped open the exam paper. No, I'm not. Actually, I am afraid. My palms are sweating from fear. But I'm even more afraid of being stuck at 250 forever. First subject, Chinese. After the test paper was handed out, the number above my head began to float. 598. I first looked at the essay topic. The topic was finding direction amid change. My heart trembled. This question is perfect for me. But I didn't rush to write. I started with the basic questions first. In the past, I relied entirely on intuition for Chinese, but now I follow the methods in Shinjisha's notes, finding evidence for each question one by one. I was about to choose a for the faulty sentence question. Just as I was about to put pen to paper, the numbers flickered slightly. 597. I stopped. I read the options again. I found that option A has a collocation issue, but the more obvious error is actually C. I changed it to C. 599. My eyes lit up. This is not cheating. This is feedback. And I am learning to read the feedback. When translating classical Chinese, I got stuck. That character at first, I wanted to translate it as unexpectedly. The number didn't move. I frowned and thought for a long time, then suddenly remembered that Lao Zhou had mentioned that in this context, it should mean final. After the correction, the number jumped to 601. By the time the language class ended, the number above my head had reached 608. Second subject, mathematics. This was the subject I feared the most, but also the one where I could gain the most points. When the exam paper was handed out, I didn't start by looking at the difficult questions to scare myself like before. I began with the first multiple choice question, steadily and methodically. Get all the basic questions right. Do your best to break down the intermediate questions. Skip the difficult questions first. When I got to the calculus problem, I was stuck for 10 minutes. Sweat began to form on my forehead. The sound of someone flipping through test papers in the back row made me restless. The number dropped from 613 to 610. I immediately put down my pen. Don't rush. I wrote 3 words on the draft paper. Break it down into steps. The first question asks for the derivative. Second question, determine monotonicity. Third question, use the existence of a 0 point. I'll write it step by step. Write the first question, 612. Write the second part, 615. Although the third part is incomplete, I wrote down the key interval. 618. At that moment, I suddenly realized that exams are not just about knowing everything or knowing nothing. Sometimes, writing just one more step means picking up a few more points. Mixed English and science subjects in the afternoon. I've already entered a very peculiar state. Look at the questions. Judge. Feedback. Correction. Score increase. I feel like I'm playing a real-life rank match. If re-question is an enemy, every correction is a critical hit. There is a question in English reading that Zhang Yang and I have discussed a similar type of question before. His approach is to quickly locate keywords. At first, I followed the instructions, but the numbers didn't increase. I reread the full text logic and realized the question was about the author's attitude, not specific details. Change the answer. 624. The most thrilling part was the comprehensive science section. A physics problem. I almost missed the phrase ignore air resistance. A chemistry problem. I almost reversed the amounts of excess and limited reagents. A biology genetics problem. I had to read the question 3 times on my first attempt. With each correction, my score kept rising. When it was time to submit, the number above my head stopped at 641. 641. I stared at that number, and for a moment, I stopped breathing. From yesterday's 593 to today's 641. I had truly entered the 600-point range. Although I don't know if the exam scores this time will fully match my expectations, I know that I am already different. During evening self-study, the results came out. When old Joe walked into the classroom with a grade sheet, the class was eerily quiet. Zhang Yang sat up very straight. He looked as if victory was already in his grasp. Old Joe first glanced around the class, then slowly began to speak. This comprehensive mock exam is overall quite difficult. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Yang looked at me, his eyes full of contempt. Old Joe began reading the top 20. First place, Zhang Yang. Total score, 684. Applause rang out. Zhang Yang stood up to get the test paper, and as he passed by me, he said in a low voice, "Top 20 is waiting for you." I didn't say anything. Old Joe continued reading. Second place, Jixia. Total score, 628. Jixia went up to get the exam paper. As she passed by me, she gave me a brief glance. I gripped my pen tightly. 10th place, Chen Hao, total score 587. 15th place, Li Jia, total score 572. When the reading reached this point, some people in the class had already started looking at me. Because the lowest score in the top 20 was indeed dropping toward the 560s. No matter how much I improve these days, they still don't think I can break in. Zhang Yang laughed even more openly. Old Joe read out the 19th name. 19th place, Zhou Bo. Total score, 558. Then he stopped. Everyone in the classroom held their breath. Zhang Yang turned his head directly to look at me. That look seemed to say, "It's over, Top." Old Joe looked down at the report card, then raised his head to look at me. His eyes were complicated. 20th place, Lin Chuan. Total score, 557. Boom! The entire classroom erupted like an explosion. What? Lin Chuan, 20th. He actually made it into the top 20. Wasn't he just over 100 in the quiz yesterday? This is way too crazy. Fatty Wong jumped straight up from his seat. Holy shit. Chuangu is amazing. The smile on Zhang Yang's face completely vanished. He stared intently at the report card in old Joe's hand, as if trying to see through the paper. Impossible. His voice was tight. "Teacher, what's his total score?" Old Joe glanced at him. 557. Zhang Yang immediately said, "The 19th place is 558, so he's only a few points ahead of the 21 ST place, right?" Old Joe said calmly. "The 21 ST place, Zhao Ming." 549. Zhang Yang's face turned even uglier. I stood up from my seat. The whole class was looking at me. I didn't look at anyone else, just looking at Zhang Yang. Apologize. The classroom instantly fell silent. A familiar scene was unfolding once again. But this time, it was even harsher than yesterday. Yesterday was just a small test with one question. Today, it's the top 20 of the comprehensive mock exam. Zhang Yang clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead bulging. Lin Chuan, don't get too cocky. I said, I'm not cocky. I'm just asking you to keep your promise. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth. After a long moment, he forced out through gritted teeth, I'm sorry. I said, and he jerked his head up. Don't push your luck. I looked at him, my voice very calm. You said I was making a fool of myself by using hard work as an excuse. Now it's proven that I'm not. So what you owe me is more than just an apology. The entire class fell into dead silence. Old Zhou did not stop it. Shen Jixia was also looking at me. I could are my own heartbeat. Zhang Yang's face alternated between red and pale. Finally, he almost shouted, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said you were a disgrace. The classroom fell silent for a second. Then, no one knew who started clapping first. Immediately after, the applause grew louder and louder. Fatty Wong clapped the hardest. Brother Chuan is amazing. I sat back down, and the number above my head suddenly jumped. 641, 648, 652. It finally stopped at 655. I stared at that number, my fingers trembling slightly. Zhang Yang's apology wasn't the most satisfying part. The most satisfying part was that I truly pulled myself out of the mud. After evening self-study, old Zhou called me to the office. This time, he wasn't handing me materials. Instead, he pushed my report card in front of me. Lin Chuan, your problem right now isn't whether you can get into college. I was taken aback. Old Zhou looked at me and said seriously, let's see how far you can actually go. My heart warmed. He took out a piece of paper with score-boosting tips for each subject written on it. In the last 6 days, I'll create a personalized crash plan for you. Keep your Chinese essay steady, get all the basics in math right, improve your English reading and writing, and focus on concepts and tricky questions in science. He paused. Don't worry about what others say. Right now, focus on just one thing. Where is the next point? I stared at that piece of paper and suddenly felt a sting in my eyes. I used to think the teacher had given up on me. Now I realize it was I who gave up on myself first. When I walked out of the office, the number above my head had turned to 660. At the end of the hallway, Shen Jixia stood there. She seemed to be waiting for me. I stopped in my tracks. This time, the score didn't drop. Shen Jixia looked at me and said softly, congratulations. I said thank you. She smiled. Lin Chuan, you were really impressive today. The number above her head flickered slightly. 661. I smiled too. But before I could speak, a sudden voice rang out from the other end of the corridor. Lin Chuan, don't get too cocky. I turned around. Zhang Yang stood in the shadows, his face dark and gloomy. Mock exams are different from the college entrance exam. People like you who rush up at the last minute are the ones most likely to fall apart in the real exam. I looked at him. He said, on the day of the college entrance exam, I'll show you what true foundation means. I'm not angry. Just looking at the 661 above my head, I said calmly, then you'd better not make a mistake. Because I'll keep rising. Zhang Yang's face changed, and my score jumped again after he said that. 662. Chapter 5. They thought I had peaked, but I was just getting started. There were 5 days left until the college entrance exam. I woke up for the first time not because of an alarm, but on my own. 6 o'clock sharp. Not a minute more. Not a second less. I opened my eyes and saw the numbers above me. 662. Stable. I didn't get out of bed immediately. Instead, I took out the score-grabbing plan that old Joe had given me last night. On the first page, there was a sentence written, "Don't try to learn 3 years' worth of content in 7 days. Learn to use 7 days to reclaim the easiest points to lose." This sentence is too crucial. In the past, I would break down whenever I tried to study because I always thought I had to start from scratch. I couldn't understand first-year high school math, had completely forgotten second-year physics, and my third-year English was a mess. The more I thought about it, the more hopeless I felt. But now I understand. The college entrance exam isn't asking whether I've mastered all the knowledge from the past 3 years. It's about whether I can steadily secure the points I'm supposed to get within the limited time. I wrote down today's goals in my notebo. Okay. 1. Improve accuracy in the math multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank sections. 2. Reduce random subjective choices in English reading comprehension. 3. Ensure the essay's theme does not deviate. 4. Avoid pitfalls in basic concepts of science comprehensive. 5. Never let arrogance ECT your mindset. After writing the fifth point, the number jumped from 662 to 663. I smiled. It seems Zhang Yang has now been classified by the system as a risk source for point deductions. When I arrived at school and walked through the door, I noticed the atmosphere had changed again. Before yesterday, they saw me as a joke. After yesterday, they looked at me as if I were a spectacle. Today, there was something indescribable in their eyes when they looked at me, like suspicion, or perhaps tension. A person who has always been at the bottom suddenly breaks into the top 20. The hardest to accept this are not the teachers, but the classmates. Because it tells them, the person you look down on might also catch up with you, or even surpass you. I just sat down when Zhao Ming, sitting in front of me, turned around. He was the one who ranked 21st in yesterday's mock exam, 8 points lower than me. Zhao Ming didn't look too good. Lin Chuan. I looked up. Something up. He pushed a test paper over. Explain this math problem to me. The tone wasn't exactly polite. It even carried a hint of probing, as if trying to see whether I truly knew my stuff yesterday or was just lucky. I glanced at the question. Function 0-point problem. In the past, when I saw this kind of problem, my scalp would tingle. But last night, Lao Zhou just gave me a tutoring session. I picked up my pen and wrote 2 lines on the scratch paper. First, construct the function, then examine the monotonic intervals. You can't directly substitute values here. Zhao Ming initially still looked unconvinced, but as he listened, his expression gradually changed. After I finished speaking, he remained silent for a few seconds. You're really good at this. That remark was just asking for a punch. But I wasn't angry, because the number above my head flickered. 663. 665. I understand. Explaining problems to others can also reinforce knowledge. Zhao Ming took back the test paper and said in a low voice, "Thanks." A few classmates nearby saw this scene, their expressions somewhat subtle. In the past, when they asked Zhang Yang questions, he wouldn't refuse to explain, but he would explain very quickly. He liked to use a tone that implied, "How can you not understand something this simple?" making others feel more and more inferior as they listened. But I was different, because I myself climbed up from knowing nothing. So I know exactly where people get stuck the most. After morning reading, 2 more people actually came to ask me about problems. Fat Wong was dumbfounded. "Bro Chuan, your identity switches way too fast." I said while explaining the problem, "Cut the crap, how many English words have you memorized?" Fatty Wong's face fell. "Don't mention it." I pointed at the top of his head. Although I couldn't see the rules of his real-time changes, he was still at 398. If you keep slacking off, you're really going to fail. Fatty Wong muttered under his breath, "It's not like I have your brains." I glanced at him. I used to think I didn't either. He froze. I threw the English vocabulary book to him. Memorized 20 words. Huh, no. Fatty Wong took it painfully. 10 minutes later, after memorizing 20 words, he looked completely drained. But I saw the number above his head change from 398 to 402. My heart suddenly stirred. It turns out I can not only see my own changes. When others truly make a change, I can also see their scores fluctuate. Though not as clear as my own. It's enough. I patted Fatty Wong on the shoulder. See? He looked completely confused. See what you've grown. What's up? I smiled. IQ. Wong Fatty. During the morning math class, Old Joe conducted a surprise check. Students who showed significant improvement in yesterday's mock exam. Come up and explain problem 12. The whole class instantly turned their gaze toward me. I knew Old Joe was giving me a chance. It also silenced those voices that doubted me. I stood up and walked to the podium. This time, I wasn't as nervous as yesterday. The chalk landed on the blackboard. Step 1. Step 2. Step 3. I speak very slowly, pointing out every pitfall. The easiest mistake in this problem is mistaking a necessary condition for a sufficient one. After saying this, Old Joe's eyes lit up. Zhang Yang sat below, his expression growing increasingly grim. He suddenly raised his hand. Teacher, I think Lin Chuan's method is too roundabout. Old Joe looked at him. Then tell us your method. Zhang Yang stood up, walked to the podium, and picked up another piece of chalk. He is indeed very strong. In just a few moments, he wrote a more concise solution. Immediately, someone in the class let out a low exclamation of admiration. Zhang Yang is still the best. This is what a top student's thinking looks like. Zhang Yang finished writing, then turned to look at me, a hint of provocation in his eyes. See, no need to make it so complicated. In the past, I would have definitely felt embarrassed. But now, as I look at his solution, I suddenly notice a problem. His steps are very elegant, but they jump too quickly. For those with a weak foundation, it's simply impossible to learn. I looked at Old Joe. Teacher, may I say something? Old Joe nodded. I pointed at Zhang Yang's solution. Zhang Yang's method is indeed fast, but it's suitable for those who have already mastered this type of problem. If the foundation isn't solid, you'll get stuck at the second step. I pointed to my solution again. My method is slower, but you can earn partial credit for each step. The college entrance exam isn't a competition. Ordinary students should first ensure they don't lose basic points. The classroom fell silent. Old Joe looked at me and nodded slowly. Well said. In the college entrance exam, the biggest taboo is to lose points you could have earned by chasing after elegant solutions. Zhang Yang's face stiffened. This time, his solution was clearly more advanced. Yet it failed to overpower me. Because what I was talking about was exam strategy. It was what most people truly needed. After class, several classmates gathered around. Lin Chuan, can I borrow that step-by-step method you just used? Same here. I always get stuck on the second question. And for English reading, do you have any tips? Zhang Yang sat in his seat, his face growing darker and darker. I was so busy that I didn't even have time to look up at him. Explaining a problem to one person earns 1 point. Explaining a problem to 2 people earns 3 points. Thoroughly explaining a knowledge point earns 5 points. By noon, the number above my head had reached 675. Only 6 points away from Zhang Yang's 681. Those 6 points made my heart race. But I didn't get arrogant. Because I know that the closer you get to the high score zone, the harder every single point becomes. In the afternoon, the school arranged a pre-exam psychological lecture. In the past, I would have slept through such lectures. But today, I listened very attentively. The lecturer said, the most likely issue before the college entrance exam is not knowledge, but mindset. Many students don't lose because they don't know, but because they panic in the exam hall. When I heard this, the number jumped from 675 to 676. I immediately wrote in my notebook. Mindset score is the hidden score. After the lecture, everyone received a pre-exam state assessment form. There was a column on it. What is your biggest anxiety right now? I stared at that column, unable to write for a long time. What is my anxiety? Is it the fear of not doing well in exams? Was it fear of Zhang Yang's mockery? Was it fear of Shen Jixua's disappointment? Neither. What I truly feared was that the 750 above my head that day was just an illusion. I'm afraid that after all my efforts, it still won't be enough. I'm afraid that this sudden surge over the past few days is just a joke fate is playing on me. I hold a pen and write on the paper. I'm afraid it's too late. After writing these 4 words, the number above my head suddenly dropped by 1 point. 675. My heart sank. Anxiety magnifies. It deducts points. I stared at those 4 words for a long time. Then below, another line was written, but I can still keep revising. The number went back to 676. Immediately after, it jumped to 678. I suddenly understood that fear is not terrifying. What is terrifying is only seeing the fear but not continuing to take action. Before school ended, Lao Zhou announced something. Starting tomorrow, the school will no longer organize large-scale exams and will enter the self-study phase. But tonight, I'll keep the classroom open until 10 o'clock. Those who want to stay can stay. As soon as the words were spoken, many in the class breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, no more exams. I'm going to sleep early tonight. I'm not staying either. I've already learned everything I need to. Zhang Yang packed his bag and deliberately walked past me. Lin Chuan, you're not actually going to stay, are you? I said, yeah. He smiled. Sharpening the spear on the eve of battle often breaks it. I looked up at him. You're not staying. Zhang Yang's tone was relaxed. I've already finished reviewing everything I needed to. He looked at Shen Jixia, deliberately softening his voice a little. Jixia, you should head back early too. Don't push yourself too hard in these last few days. Shen Jixia shook her head. I'll stay too. The smile on Zhang Yang's face faded. Wang Pongzi looked at me, then at Shen Jixia, and gritted his teeth. Then I'll stay too. Xiaoming also raised his hand. I'll stay too. Soon, over a dozen people in the class had chosen to stay. Old Zhou watched this scene, a hint of relief in his eyes. Zhang Yang stood still, his expression subtle. He originally wanted to use not staying to show his composure. But now, it seemed more like he was the only one leaving early. In the end, he sat back down with a cold expression. I'll stay too. Wang Fatty whispered, stubborn mouth. I almost burst out laughing. After evening self-study, independent review began. Old Zhou didn't lecture. He just sat at the podium. Whoever has a question, go up and ask. At first, everyone was a bit shy. Later, Xiaoming came over with his test paper to ask me. After that, more and more people gathered around. I simply stood in front of the blackboard and explained several typical problems all at once. How to earn partial credit for process steps in basic math problems. How to go back to the original text to find evidence in English reading comprehension. To avoid straying off topic by relying too heavily on templates in essay writing. How to identify traps in the question stems of comprehensive science multiple choice questions. The more I explain, the clearer it becomes. At first, I was only explaining to others, but later even the knowledge points in my own mind became connected. The number above my head kept rising. 680, 682, 685. The moment the number surpassed Zhang Yang's 681, the chalk in my hand nearly snapped. I really did surpass him, even if it's just an estimated score, even if it's only the current state. But this meant that, for the first time, I stood ahead of him. Zhang Yang sat in the audience, his expression growing darker by the minute. Because he had also noticed, more and more people were no longer crowding around him to ask questions. They began to listen to me. Not because I am smarter than him, but because I understand how to go from not knowing to knowing. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the classroom lights were turned off. The students gradually left. Zhao Ming patted me on the shoulder. Lin Chuan, thanks for today. Another girl also said, you explain things more clearly than Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang happened to hear this. His face is dark as the bottom of a pot. I didn't provoke him. I was just packing my school bag, because the number above my head had stopped at 688, only 62 points away from a perfect score. As I walked out of the school gate, Shen Jixia caught up with me. Lin Chuan. I turn around. She handed me a small notebook. These are the universal replacement sentences for English essays that I've compiled, not templates to copy, but the kind you can use flexibly. I took it. This time, without hesitation. The numbers didn't drop. Instead, they rose. 689. I looked at her and said, thank you. Shen Jixia smiled. Keep up the good work tomorrow. She turned and walked toward the bus stop. I stood still, watching her retreating figure. This time, I didn't lose control because of my racing heart. I just knew more clearly than ever that I had to do well in the exam. For myself, for my parents, and also for the day when I can finally stop avoiding her eyes. I was about to leave when my phone suddenly buzzed. It's a class group MES, said. Zhang Yang sent a screenshot. It was his score after completing a set of mock exam papers from a prestigious school. Total score, 702. The group instantly became lively. Wow, Zhang Yang is so steady, 700 points. This is a true top student. Lin Chuan has been improving quickly lately, but there's still a gap between him and Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang then sent another message. Some things can't be caught up with just a few days of passion. Everyone knew he was talking about me. Wang Fatty immediately messaged me privately. Chuangu, ignore him. He's panicking. I stared at the screenshot of 702, silent for a few seconds. If it had been yesterday, I would have been nervous. If it were 2 days ago, I would have felt inferior. But now I look up at my 688 and feel a fire burning in my chest. I didn't fire back in the group chat. I just went home and opened my backpack. Take out the exam paper. Write down tonight's goal. Break through 700 before bed. 12:07 a.m. I finished the last comprehensive science problem. The number above my head jumped from 699 to 701. I looked at that number and laughed out loud. Then, I sent a photo to the class group chat. Not a screenshot of grades, but the 3 sets of test papers I finished tonight in a full page of error summary, accompanied by a sentence, if passion can't catch up, then chase with your life. The group chat was silent for half a minute. Then Wang Pongzi was the first to send, Bro Chuan is awesome. Shanji Xia sent a very subtle emoji, keep it up. I stared at those 2 words, and the number above my head flickered again. 702. Just like Zhang Yang. That night, for the first time, I didn't look up to him. Chapter 6. The night before the college entrance exam, even taking a shower could lose you points. There was still 1 day left until the college entrance exam. The number above my head had stabilized at 702. Back in the day, I wouldn't have dared to even dream of such a score. But now, looking at it, I'm actually a little dissatisfied. That's just how people are. When I scored 250, I thought just getting into an undergraduate program would be enough. At 450 points, I thought 600 was a miracle. When I reached 702, I started to wonder, could I go a little higher? Could I push for 730? Even. The moment that thought popped into my head, even I was startled. Full marks. 750. From 250 to 750. This sounds like madness. But I've been mad for so many days now. One last time won't make a difference. When I got to school in the morning, old Joe didn't go over any new problems. He wrote 8 words on the blackboard. stay calm and secure every gain. Then he said, today, don't tackle tough problems, don't burn the midnight oil, don't listen to rumors, and don't disrupt your routine. The most important thing for you now is not to learn one more challenging problem. Instead, don't lose points on questions you already know how to solve. As soon as these words were spoken, the number above my head jumped from 702 to 704. I immediately wrote it down. Not losing points is more important than scrambling for points. During the morning self-study session, the atmosphere in the classroom was strange. Some were frantically solving problems, growing more anxious with each one. Others simply gave up and started chatting. Some kept asking, will the math exam be very difficult this year? Will the essay topic be obscure? Will the English listening test have accents? These questions spread like a virus. After listening for 10 minutes, Wang Pengzi's face turned pale. Brother Chuan, it's over. I feel like I don't know anything anymore. I glanced at the top of his head. It had barely climbed to 428 yesterday. Now it's dropped to 419. I immediately covered his ears. Don't listen. Fatty Wang's face was filled with terror. Huh? Rumors before the exam will cost you points. How do you know I kept a straight face? Because I'm smart. Fatty Wang. I pushed a basic knowledge checklist over to him. Memorize this. But they said this year's math might be especially hard. I tapped the table. If it's hard for everyone. Your goal isn't to get a perfect score, but to secure what you already know. Wang Pengzi was stunned for a moment. Brother Chuan, why are you starting to sound more and more like old Joe? I said, less nonsense. Memorize it. He lowered his head and recited for 20 minutes. The score above his head rose back to 425. I felt a sense of relief. I became increasingly certain that scores are not just about knowledge. They also involve mindset, choices, environment, and execution. At noon, the school let out early so everyone could go home and adjust. Before leaving, old Joe called me into his office. He handed me a transparent document folder. Inside were the admission ticket, a copy of my ID card, a list of exam supplies, and a few key reminders. Everything has been checked, but go over it again yourself when you get back. I nodded. Old Joe looked at me and was silent for a few seconds. Lin Chuan. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I was taken aback for a moment. Old Joe said, you've done really well these past few days. Even if you don't end up reaching the goal you've set in your mind, no one has the right to laugh at you. I lowered my head, my throat tightening slightly. Teacher, I want to do well on the exam. I know. Old Joe patted me on the shoulder. But remember, the college entrance exam is not to prove anything to Zhang Yang, nor to prove anything to the whole class. It's so that when you look back in the future, you won't have any regrets. The number above my head jumped to 706. As I walked out of the office, I saw Zhang Yang standing at the door. He seemed to hear old Zhou's last words. He looked at me with a complicated expression. Over the past few days, his hostility toward me had noticeably lessened. Or rather, he was beginning to realize that I really wasn't pretending. But his pride wouldn't allow him to bow his head. He said coldly, Lin Chuan, we'll see who's better at the college entrance exam. I looked at him. Yeah. He said, I won't lose. I smiled. Then let's both not lose. Zhang Yang was stunned. He probably didn't expect me to say that. After a few seconds, he let out a cold snort. Don't lose to anyone. With that, he turned and walked away. Watching his retreating figure, I suddenly felt that Zhang Yang wasn't so detestable after all. He was just too accustomed to standing at the top. That's why he panicked when I started climbing up. When I got home in the afternoon, my mom was busy in the kitchen. A pile of ingredients was laid out on the table. Eggs, fried dough sticks, milk, apples, walnuts, bananas. I was dumbfounded. Mom, are you planning to open a breakfast shop? My mom poked her head out of the kitchen. Tomorrow is the college entrance exam. Isn't it? Mom's preparing a perfect score meal for you. The corner of my mouth twitched. Perfect score combo, that's right. My mom said seriously. 2 eggs and a fried dough stick make 100. You have several subjects, so I'll add milk, walnuts to nourish your brain, apples for peace and safety, and bananas for smooth success. My dad sat on the sofa reading the newspaper, muttering with disdain. Feudal superstition. The next second, he pulled out a bag of red dates from under the coffee table. Put these on too, for good luck and prosperity. My mom rolled her eyes at him. Didn't you say it was feudal superstition? My dad coughed. This is nutritional pairing. I looked at them and suddenly couldn't stop laughing. The number above my head jumped from 706 to 708. My mom saw me smile and smiled along. Don't think your mom is too ordinary. I just don't know what else I can do to help you. My heart, Chit. Mom, it's not tacky. I said seriously. It's pretty good. My mom's eyes suddenly reddened. She quickly turned and went into the kitchen. Then go back to your room and study. I'll call you when dinner's ready. I returned to my room and laid out my admission ticket and stationery on the desk. Admission ticket. ID card. Blah. CK gel pen. 2B pencil. Eraser. Ruler. Transparent pencil case. Water. Tissues. Every time I confirmed an item, the number above my head stabilized a little more. 708. 709. 710. In the end, I suddenly realized I was missing something. A what? I don't usually wear a watch, and I can't bring my phone to the exam. If the exam room doesn't have a clock, my sense of time will be off. As soon as this thought popped up, the number above my head instantly dropped from 710 to 704. I stood up in shock. Mom. I rushed out of the room. My mom was startled. What's wrong? Did you lose your admission ticket? No, my watch. Do we have a watch at home? My dad immediately put down the newspaper. I have one. He pulled an old digital watch out of the drawer. Will this do? I took it, and the screen still lit up. But the time was off. I quickly adjusted it. The number went back up from 704 to 710. I let out a long sigh of relief. My dad noticed my expression and frowned, asking, "It's just a watch. Why are you so nervous?" I said. Details determine success or failure. My dad was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Now that sounds like something a test taker would say. At 8 in the evening, I was getting ready to take a shower. I had just stepped into the bathroom and turned on hot water. The number above my head suddenly dropped from 710 to 708. I froze completely, deducting points for showering. I stared at the shower head as if it were some kind of monster. No way. I've worked so hard to get to this point, and now I'm going to lose points because of a shower. I turned off the hot water. The number didn't go up. I stood at the bathroom door, caught in the biggest dilemma of my life. To shower or not to shower? If I don't, I'll walk into the exam room tomorrow reeking of sweat. What if it affects my performance? If I do, what if I lose points? My mom walked by and saw me standing blankly at the bathroom door. What are you doing? I said seriously, contemplating life. My mom. My dad poked his head out from the living room. Even taking a shower is a dawdle. Tomorrow during the exam, you'll probably still be thinking about the first question when it's time to hand your paper. My heart stirred. Wait, a drop in scores isn't necessarily because of showering. It might be because I'm dawdling and wasting time, affecting my sleep. I immediately rushed into the bathroom. A 5-minute combat shower. Don't listen to music. Don't daydream. Don't ponder life. When I came out after washing, the number had risen from 708 to 711. I almost laughed out loud. As expected, the system wasn't stopping me from showering. It was annoyed by my excessive chatter. At 9:30 p.m., I was getting ready to sleep. Just as I lay down, the number above my head suddenly dropped from 711 to 701. I was so startled that I sat straight up. What now? I've checked my admission ticket. I've checked my stationery. I have my watch too. I've also taken a shower. Why did it fall again? I swept my gaze around the room. Finally, my eyes landed on the nightstand. The phone. I didn't set an alarm. To be precise, I did set one, but my phone was on silent. Cold sweat broke out on my back instantly. If I oversleep tomorrow, everything will be ruined. I immediately switched my phone to ring mode and set 3 alarms to 6 o'clock, 6:10, 6:20. Also told Mom to wake me up tomorrow morning. The number increased from 701 to 712. Still not reassured, I took out the old alarm clock and wound it up. 713. My dad stood at the door. His expression complicated. Are you trying to wake up the whole building? I said seriously, just to be safe. My dad was silent for 2 seconds. Fair point. He turned and went back into the room. After 3 minutes, he came back with his own phone. I'll set one up too. My mom also came over with her phone. I've placed an order too. The 3 of us stood in my room, facing 4 phones and an old alarm clock, falling into silence. Finally, my mom was the first to laugh. I laughed too. My dad held it in for a long time, but in the end, he couldn't help it. The number above my head jumped from 713 to 715. At that moment, I suddenly stopped feeling nervous. Because I know I am not taking the exam alone. My parents are also accompanying me to the exam hall in their clumsy way. But after I actually lay down, I still couldn't fall asleep. Occasionally, there was the sound of cars outside the window. Someone is talking next door. There seems to be the sound of a chair being dragged upstairs as well. I closed my eyes, but my mind kept racing. What should I do about the Chinese essay? What should I do about the final math problem? What should I do if I can't hear clearly in the English listening test? What should I do if I fall into the traps in the science comprehensive exam? The more I think, the more my score drops. 715, 712, 709. I snapped my eyes open. I can't go on like this. I turned over and sat up, grabbing my notebook. But this time, I didn't do practice problems. I write down 4 sentences. For questions, secure them. For questions you don't know, break them down. For difficult questions, don't panic. Once an exam is done, it's out of mind. After writing this, I stared at these 4 sentences for a long time. The numbers stopped falling. Slowly, they began to rise again. 712, 715, 718. I lay back down. This time, I didn't think about getting full marks. Nor did I think about showing off. I didn't think about Shinjisha. I only won the first question of tomorrow's first subject, Chinese. 1 question at a time. 1 point at a time. Before closing my eyes, I saw the numbers above my head flash one last time. 720. My heart suddenly leaped. 720. It's already 720. But the next second, a harsh sound of an electric drill suddenly came from downstairs. Whoosh. I sat up abruptly. The numbers above my head plummeted instantly. 720, 705, 690. I was completely numb. No way. The night before the college entrance exam, and there's renovation downstairs. My dad rushed out of his room almost at the same time. Who the hell is using a power drill at this hour? My mom also came out wrapped in a coat, her face pale. I watched the numbers above my head keep dropping, my hands and feet turning cold. 689, 688, 687. If this keeps up, forget about getting a perfect score tomorrow. I might not even be able to maintain my current state. My dad had already put on his slippers and was heading out. I quickly followed. Downstairs at the entrance, the sound of the electric drill was still ringing. My dad banged on the door. Opened the door. When the door opened, a man poked his head out and said impatiently, "What is it?" My father's face turned ashen. "Do you know what time it is? My child has the college entrance exam tomorrow." "And you're using a power drill now," the man frowned. "I'm just putting up a shelf. I'll be done soon." My dad completely lost it. Being done soon isn't good enough. What were you doing earlier, drilling the night before the college entrance exam? That's just malicious. The man wanted to talk back. At that moment, several neighbors nearby also opened their doors. Exactly, it's too late. Several kids in the neighborhood have college entrance exams tomorrow. Stop it, you're really bothering people. Seeing that he had angered everyone, the man had no choice but to reluctantly turn off the electric drill. Fine, fine, I'll stop. When I went back upstairs, my dad was still cursing. What a person. I looked at his face, red with anger, and suddenly didn't know what to say. My dad never said sentimental things. But that night, he stood in front of me like a wall. After returning to the room, the number above my head slowly rose again. 690, 705, 718. Finally, it stopped at 722, 2 points higher than before. My nose stung with emotion. Having someone to back you up can also make you more steady. My dad stood at the door, his tone still stiff. "Go to sleep." I nodded. "Dad, what now? I'll definitely do well on the exam tomorrow." He was silent for a few seconds. "Don't talk nonsense." Before he turned around and closed the door, his voice lowered a little. "Just take the exam normally." The light went out. The room fell silent. I finally fell asleep. In my dream, I saw that 250 again. It was like an old exam paper, blown farther and farther away by the wind. I stood at the entrance of the exam hall, pen in hand. Above my head, the number 722. 8 hours until the college entrance exam. Only one exam stood between me and changing my fate. Chapter 7. Mom's full mark meal really boosted my score. The next morning, I wasn't woken up by the alarm clock. I was lured awake by the aroma of eggs. The first second I opened my eyes, I instinctively looked up. 722. The numbers are still there. They didn't drop back because of the electric drill commotion downstairs last night. I stared at the numbers for a few seconds, my heartbeat gradually steadying. Today, the National College Entrance Exam, Gaokao. I sat up in bed, and the room was very quiet. So quiet that I could hear the sound of a spatula hitting the edge of a pot in the kitchen. I picked up my phone and noticed that the 6 a.m. alarm hadn't gone off yet. To be precise, it still had 3 minutes before it would ring. I actually woke up before all 4 alarms. I had just finished getting dressed when, at exactly 6 o'clock, my phone, the old alarm clock, my dad's phone, and my mom's phone all went off almost simultaneously. The whole house felt like it was being bombarded by alarms. "It's up! It's up!" my dad shouted from the living room. My mom poked her head out of the kitchen. "Is Chuan awake?" I pushed open the door. "I'm awake." My dad stood in the living room, his hair a mess like a bird's nest, still clutching his phone in his hand. When he saw me, he visibly relaxed, but still refused to admit it. "At least you have some self-awareness." When my mom came out with breakfast, I was stunned. The table was fully set. 2 boiled eggs, a stick of fried dough, a cup of hot milk, a small plate of apple slices, a handful of walnut kernels, and a piece of creamy candy. I looked at the items on the table, and the corner of my mouth twitched. "Mom, are you trying to make me full before I even enter the exam hall?" My mom said seriously, 2 eggs and a fried dough stick, that's a perfect score. Milk nourishes the body, and walnuts nourish the brain. Apples bring peace and safety. Candy is sweet and delightful, so after the exam, your heart won't feel bitter. My dad sat beside me, pretending to be serious as he added, "We didn't cook the red dates, otherwise they could have brought prosperity and good fortune." I looked at the 2 of them and suddenly smiled. As I laughed, my nose started to sting a little. I used to always feel that my parents didn't understand me. All they ever did was scold me for not living up to expectations and compare me to other people's children. But it wasn't until today that I understood it's not that they don't understand. It's that they're afraid to. They're afraid. I won't do well on the exam, yet they don't dare to put too much pressure on me. So they can only use this clumsy and cliché way to secretly have my back. I sat down and peeled the first egg. Just as I took a bite, the number above my head gave a gentle flicker. 722. 723. I froze mid-motion. No way, really a plus. I took another sip of milk. 723. 724. I looked at my mom. My mom got creeped out by my stare. What's wrong? Doesn't it taste good? I shook my head. It's especially delicious. I finished the breakfast bite by bite. When I ate the last toffee, the number stopped at 726. It had risen by a full 4 cents. Of course, I knew it wasn't because the eggs and fried dough sticks had any magical power. It was because my mind had steadied. My parents' love has steadied my heart. And on a battlefield like the college entrance exam, a steady heart means points. Before I left, my mom checked my transparent pencil case over and over again. Admission ticket, ID card, pen, pencil, eraser. What? Every time she named an item, I nodded. My dad stood at the door, gripping the car keys, looking even more nervous than I was. Let's go. The sunlight downstairs was already very bright. The June morning carried a hint of stuffiness, and the streets were filled with parents sending their children to take the exam. When the car approached the exam site, warning lines had already been set up along the roadside. Traffic police were maintaining order. A red banner hung at the school gate. Stay calm and composed, and your name will be on the golden list. As I saw those 8 characters, my heart suddenly began to race. The number above my head flickered slightly. 726. 724. I immediately closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Secure the questions you know. Break down the questions you don't know. Don't panic over difficult questions. Forget one subject after finishing it. The number returns to 726. My dad parked the car by the roadside. After my mom got off the car, she smoothed my collar over and over again. Don't be nervous. Her own voice was trembling, yet she still tried to smile. I nodded. I'm not nervous. My dad handed me the pencil case. Once you're inside, don't look around. First, check your admission ticket number, find your seat, and follow the teacher's instructions. Ma'am. He paused, then added, if you come across a question you don't know, skip it for now. Okay? Don't leave it blank. Write whatever you can, even if it's just one step. I was taken aback for a moment. This sentence is exactly the same as what old Joe said. My dad probably also looked up a lot of college entrance exam tips online. He just didn't say anything. I took the pencil case and nodded seriously. I understand. Mayim suddenly grabbed my hand. Chuan. Her eyes were red. It doesn't matter what score you get. My throat tightened. She continued. Mom used to nag you all the time because I was afraid you'd regret it later. It's not that I needed you to get a perfect score. All I ask is that you finish the exam safely today, and I'll be happy. I looked at her, suddenly wanting to tell her. Mom, I might actually do really well on the exam. Exceptionally well. But I couldn't say it. I just nodded vigorously. Mom, I'll do well on the exam. The number above my head flickered again. 727. I turned around and walked toward the exam center. Just as I reached the school gate, I heard someone calling me from the side. Lin Chuan. I turned back. Zhang Yang stood in the crowd. He was wearing a white t-shirt today, his hair neatly styled, holding a transparent pencil case in his hand. He still looked like that calm and confident top student of the grade. The number above his head was 704, 2 points higher than the 702 that was posted in the group chat yesterday. But now I'm 727. For the first time, I completely surpassed him in numbers. Zhang Yang looked at me, his gaze heavy. Ready? I said, more or less. He let out a cold laugh. The college entrance exam isn't a mock test. I know. Your progress over the past few days has indeed been very fast. But the real college entrance exam will bring all inflated things back to their original form. I looked at him and suddenly smiled. Zhang Yang. He frowned. What, are you saying this now to make me nervous, or are you nervous yourself? His expression changed instantly. A few classmates nearby overheard this and couldn't help but look over. Zhang Yang stared at me intently. I was very calm. In the past, a single word from him could break me. Not anymore. Because I know he is not invincible. He also gets nervous. He also fears being surpassed. He also uses words to bolster his courage before a real exam. Zhang Yang said coldly, "Don't be too smug." I said, "I'm not being smug. I just think it's better for you to stay calm yourself than to try to scare me." His expression turned even uglier. Just then, Shen Jixia walked over from not far away. She wore her hair in a low ponytail today, her school uniform clean, holding a pencil case in her hand. She saw me and gave a slight smile. Lin Chuan, keep it up. My heart skipped a beat for a moment. The number above my head swayed slightly. 727. 726. I steadied myself immediately. You too. Keep it up. Shen Jixia seemed to notice my restraint and didn't say much, only taking out a small note from her pencil case and handing it to me. This is not a love letter. Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of a smile. It's the last entry in the essay material. I was taken aback for a moment. Zhang Yang's face beside him had already darkened beyond recognition. I hesitated for a second, then took the note. Opening it, there was only one sentence written on it. The best answer in life is not necessarily to choose correctly from the start, but to have the courage to change course once you realize you've made a mistake. My fingertips tightened slightly. That sentence felt like it was written just for me. I looked up at her. Thank you. The number didn't drop. Instead, it jumped back from 726 to 728. Shen Jixia smiled. See you after the exam. She turned and walked into the exam hall. Zhang Yang looked at the note in my hand, his tone turning cold. Didn't you say you wouldn't get distracted before the college entrance exam? I folded the note and put it into my pocket. This is a bonus point. Zhang Yang was taken aback. Of course. He didn't understand. I don't need him to understand either. The exam bell rang. The crowd began to move inside. I followed the line into the teaching building. The hallway was very quiet. Everyone held their admission tickets, with varying degrees of nervousness on their faces. I found my exam room. Check my seat. Sit down. Place your admission ticket on the upper left corner. Put your pencil case away. Take off your watch and place it on the corner of the desk. I rehearsed all of this in my mind countless times last night. With each step completed, the number above my head became a little more stable. 728, 729, 730. My heartbeat grew steadier and steadier. The proctor began reading out the exam rules. Please place all items unrelated to the exam in the designated area. No entry into the examination venue is allowed 15 minutes after the exam has started. Early submission of the exam paper is not permitted. I lowered my head, gently rubbing the pen between my fingers. No arrogance in my mind. No shinjisha. No expectant looks from my parents. Only one sentence. First subject. Chinese. Make sure to secure what you know. Don't rush. Don't get cocky. When the exam paper was handed out, I didn't open it right away. The proctor reminded us, don't start answering until the bell rings. My palms were slightly sweaty. The number above my head stopped at 730. Very high. So high that even I found it unbelievable. But I knew that the real change only began the moment I opened the exam paper. The bell rang. Begin answering the questions. I opened the Chinese language exam paper. Page 1. Modern text reading. I glanced at the question. Not difficult. The numbers haven't changed. I breathed a sigh of relief. Continue flipping through. Classical Chinese. Appreciation of ancient poetry. Language usage. All within controllable limits. My heart had just steadied as I flipped to the last page. The essay question. I only glanced at it, and my breath suddenly caught. The number above my head felt like it had been violently struck. 730, 712, 690. It finally stopped at 650. I stared at the essay topic. Cold sweat slowly trickling down my back. It's over. This essay prompt has a trap. Chapter 8, the essay prompt sets a trap. I forcefully changed 650 back to 700. The essay prompt consists of only a few lines of material. The gist is that a student constantly faces evaluations as they grow up. Some judge him by scores, others by results. And some say that true growth should not be defined by a single number. Based on the provided materials, choose your own perspective and create your own title. If it were in the past, seeing this kind of question would have driven me wild with joy. Isn't this just free points? Points. Growth. Evaluation. Isn't this just a universal motivational template? A title almost instantly popped into my mind. Grades are not everything in life. I had just written this title on my draft paper when the numbers above my head fell off again. 650. 642. My fingers suddenly froze. No, this angle is too shallow. Grades aren't everything. Anyone can write that. But if that's all you write, it can easily turn into empty platitudes. What I need most right now is to stabilize my Chinese. I stared at the essay topic, my mind going completely blank. The sound of pens scratching on paper had already started around me. Someone began answering the earlier questions. Someone else had also flipped to the essay and let out an obvious sigh of relief. This question looks too much like a freebie. But my score tells me it's not. It's setting a trap. If I write don't take scores seriously, it would contradict the very nature of the college entrance exam itself. If I were to say grades determine everything, that would be too extreme. What is the real core? I forced myself to calm down. The second hand on the watch ticked forward. One step at a time. I can't keep getting stuck on the essay. I'll set the essay materials aside for now and go back to the reading comprehension questions. I read the first modern text passage especially slowly. The question asks about the author's attitude toward digital evaluation in the text. I originally wanted to choose complete denial. Just as I was about to write, the number above my head flickered from 642 to 640. I immediately stopped. Reread the original text. The author is not denying numbers. Rather, they are denying defining people solely by numbers. I choose to view it dialectically. 642. 645. My heart stirred. So the core of essay writing lies here too. It's not about escaping grades. It's not about denying grades. Instead, don't let a single low score define you, nor let a single number trap you. A score can be a result. It can also be a reminder. What truly matters is whether a person has the courage to rewrite the answer. My breathing slowly steadied. The number above my head went from 645 back to 660. Got it. I didn't start writing the S right away. Instead, I continued working on the earlier questions. Chinese language learning fears a restless mind the most. Once distracted, you'll miss key points in multiple choice and reading comprehension questions. In classical Chinese, there was a question about explaining a content word the character do. My first instinct was to look back. But when placed in a sentence, it didn't flow smoothly. I recall Lao Zhou saying that when encountering polysemous words, one should look at the context. Here it should be only. After the correction, the number rose to 665. The classical poetry appreciation asks about the poet's emotional changes. I originally wanted to write homesickness, but the last two lines of the poem clearly carry a tone of self-encouragement. I added a shift from disappointment to self-motivation. The number 770. The language usage question requires completing sentences. I wrote too much. The numbers didn't increase. I deleted the redundant parts and changed them to more concise expressions. 672. Every time it rises a little, my heart steadies a little. By the time I started the essay, there were still 55 minutes left until the end of the exam. Enough time, but not plenty. I read the essay prompt again. This time, I didn't write that vague title again. I wrote a new topic on the draft paper, beyond the scores. Just finished writing. And the number jumped from 672 to 678. My heart skipped a beat. That's it. This is the one. Of course, I can't write that I can actually see the college entrance exam scores. But I can write about a student who, through one exam after another, sees their scores rise from low to high, and also sees themselves shift from avoidance to responsibility. What I want to write is not that scores don't matter. Rather, it's that scores are not the end. They are the starting point that reminds you to change. I wrote the first line on the answer sheet. People often say, "Don't let scores define you." But for someone who once avoided effort, what's truly terrifying isn't a score that's too low, it's that after a low score, he doesn't even have the courage to lift his head and take a look. The number jumped to 682. I felt completely at ease inside. I continue writing. The first paragraph introduces the topic. The second paragraph acknowledges the significance of grades. The third paragraph discusses that grades should not become lifelong labels. The fourth paragraph is about true growth, choosing to change even after recognizing one's shortcomings. The fifth paragraph elevates the theme. Every time I finish a paragraph, I look up at the word count. 685, 690, 694. When I reached the third paragraph, I suddenly got stuck. I want to write an example. The first thing that comes to mind is myself. 250. Delete the game. Bookstore. Reject Shinjisha. Be mocked by Zhongyang. Parents' perfect combo. But none of these can be written directly. Too much like a personal experience. It also makes it too easy to reveal emotions. I changed it to a fictional young boy. He once mistook failure for fate and a mockery for a verdict. Until one day, he finally realized that a low score was not the final judgment life had given him, but a draft sent back for revision. The number jumped from 694 to 698. My pen tip could hardly stop. The rustling sounds around me grew more urgent. Someone started coughing. Someone was replacing a pen refill. The invigilator walked past me. But I felt as if I had entered a completely silent space. What I was writing was not an essay. It was the story of my life over these 7 days. By the time I reached the ending, there were only 12 minutes left before the exam ended. I originally wanted to end with a very common phrase, "May we all not be defined by scores and move toward a better future." As soon as I finished writing, the numbers didn't change. I frowned. Too ordinary. Too vague. Not strong enough. I'll cross it out. Rewrite: grades can record a person's yesterday, but they should not condemn a person's tomorrow. As long as the bell hasn't rung, as long as the answer sheet is still in hand, we always have the chance to rewrite our answers. The numbers suddenly jumped. 698. 702. My hand, holding the pen, trembled slightly. 702. My Chinese essay score pulled me back from 650 to above 700. In the last 10 minutes, I began to check the entire exam paper. First, I checked the answer sheet for any missing marks. No omissions. Second, check of the multiple choice questions. For the third question on modern Chinese, I originally chose B. It seemed reasonable. But when I went back to the original text to find the corresponding sentence, I realized that option B had expanded the scope. I changed it to D. The number jumped to 704. In the classical Chinese translation, I missed a subject. Added it. 705. In the second question of classical poetry appreciation, my expression was too absolute, so I changed sorrowful to complex and subtle. 706. In the last 3 minutes, I checked my essay. There were no typos. The punctuation was mostly fine, but the title, after seeing the scores, while relevant, is a bit too straightforward. I stared at it for a few seconds. Suddenly, the note Shenjixia gave me flash through my mind. The best answer in life isn't necessarily choosing the right path from the start, but having the courage to change course after realizing you've made a mistake. I pick up my pen and change the title to Seeing the Answer in the Score. The number jumps from 706 to 708. The bell rings. Stop answering. I put down my pen. My palms were covered in sweat. The first subject was over. When the Chinese exam ended, my estimated total score settled at 708. Although it was 22 points lower than the pre-exam estimate of 730, it was still much better than when my essay score had dropped to 650. And I knew that I had overcome the hurdle that was the Chinese exam. As the papers were being collected, I heard someone in the front row whisper, "The essay was way too easy. I just wrote that scores don't matter." Another person said, "I wrote the same thing. Just used a universal template." My heart tightened. This was most likely a trap. The sun was even harsher when I walked out of the exam hall. Outside the school gate, parents were waiting everywhere. I spotted my mom at a glance. She was on tiptoe, searching for me in the crowd. The moment she saw me, she immediately waved. "Chuan Chuan." I walked over. Her first words were not asking how I did on the exam. Instead, he asked, "Are you hot? Drink some water." I took the water and took a sip. The number above my head stayed steady at 708. My dad seemed calm beside me, but his eyes were fixed on me the whole time. Is Chinese difficult or not? I was about to answer, but then remembered what old Joe said about leaving each subject behind once the exam is over. I smiled. "It's okay." My dad nodded. "If it's okay, then it's fine. Don't check the answers." My mom immediately said, "Right, don't check the answers. No matter who asks, don't say anything." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Yang walked over. He was accompanied by a few classmates. His expression was much more relaxed than in the morning. It seemed he felt he had done well in the Chinese exam. "Lin Chuan." I looked up. Zhang Yang asked, "What did you write for the essay?" My dad's face darkened. My mom also looked at me nervously. I didn't panic. I forgot. Zhang Yang was stunned. "You forgot right after the exam?" I unscrewed the water bottle. One exam done. One exam forgotten. A classmate next to him laughed. Lin Chuan's mindset is pretty good now. Zhang Yang's expression turned a bit unpleasant. He deliberately said, "What I wrote is that scores cannot define life. This topic should be easy to write about." I looked at the top of his head. 704. 701. My eyes shifted slightly. After he expressed this idea, his score dropped. What does this mean? It means his direction might be too shallow. But I didn't remind him. It's not that I'm malicious. In the college entrance examination hall, everyone must take responsibility for their own choices. I only said, "Not bad." Zhang Yang frowned. He seemed to want to see panic on my face. But he didn't see it. This made him very uncomfortable. Just then, Shen Jixia also came out. She saw me and asked softly, "Did everything go smoothly?" I nodded, "Not bad." She smiled. "Me too." I saw her score rise from 628 to 632. She was doing well. We had lunch at a small restaurant near the exam center that had been booked in advance. My mom only let me eat light food: rice, vegetables, steamed egg, and a small amount of chicken. My dad even crossed out the spicy chicken on the menu. "This won't work. I have math in the afternoon. Can't take the risk." I was caught between laughter and tears, but I didn't argue, because I had just glanced at the spicy dish, and the numbers really did blur for a moment. After lunch, my parents took me to rest in the car. I closed my eyes and slept for 20 minutes. When I woke up, the number had risen from 708 to 712. A proper nap really does add points. At 2 in the afternoon, the math exam. I stood at the entrance of the exam hall, holding my pencil case. Zhang Yang walked past me and paused for a moment. He looked at me, his tone even colder than in the morning. "Lin Chuan, math is the subject that truly creates a gap." I said, "I know. You can get by in Chinese with luck, but not in math." I looked up at him. "Zhang Yang, what is it? The theme of your morning composition better not make it too shallow." His expression suddenly changed. "What do you mean?" I didn't answer. Because the bell rang, I turned around and walked into the exam hall. Behind him, Zhang Yang's breathing noticeably faltered, and the number above my head jumped from 712 to 713. Not because I had provoked him, but because I had finally stopped being a passive punching bag. Afternoon math, the true battlefield that determines whether I can aim for a perfect score. Tea has begun. Chapter 9, the final math problem, broke it down until Zhang Yang's face turned pale. The moment the math paper was handed out, my heart actually became calm. Even calmer than when the Chinese exam began. Because math doesn't deceive. If you know it, you know it. If you don't know, you just don't know. Every step is written down on paper. There's no room for pretense. When the bell rings, I first quickly scanned the entire exam paper. The first 6 multiple-choice questions were routine. The first 2 fill-in-the-blank questions were not difficult. The first few problem-solving questions were also within the key points Lao Zhou had highlighted at the end. I felt a slight sense of relief. The number above my head jumped from 713 to 715. But when I flipped to the last page and saw the final problem, my fingers still stiffened for a moment. A comprehensive derivative problem. Functions, inequalities, parameter ranges, 3 interconnected questions. The question isn't very long, but the shorter it is, the sharper it gets. Because it doesn't waste words, every condition could be a knife. The number above didn't fall immediately, but I stopped. 715. As if welded in midair. I know that this question is today's threshold. I can't tackle it right from the start. First, get the basic points. I go back to the first question. Gather. Free points. Choose A. 716. Second question, plural. Simple. 717. Third question, trigonometric functions. I instinctively wanted to choose C. Just as I was about to fill in the answer sheet, the number gently shifted to 716. I stopped. Recalculated. I misread the angle range. Choose D. 718. I slowly steadied my breathing. This is my greatest advantage right now. If others are wrong, you won't know until the results come out. If I'm wrong, I can feel it right away. But the prerequisite is that I must truly be willing to stop and recalculate, rather than stubbornly pushing forward based on intuition. I breezed through the multiple choice questions all the way to number 9. Starting from question 10, the difficulty increases. A problem about the circumscribed sphere in solid geometry. I used to be most afraid of this type of problem. Seeing a sphere makes me want to run away. But this time I didn't run away. I drew on the scratch paper. Punctuation marks. Connecting lines. Fine. The diameter. The auxiliary line was set incorrectly the first time, and the number dropped from 724 to 722. I immediately crossed it out. Look for a right triangle again. Calculate the radius. Choose B. 725. I let out a soft breath. Question 11. Function graph. I used the special values limit trend elimination method that Lao Zhou taught. The number rose to 727. Question 12. The final multiple choice question. A parametric problem. I stared at it for 2 minutes, and my head started to throb. If I try to solve it by brute force, it will waste a lot of time. I recall the principle I wrote last night. For questions I don't know, break them down. For difficult questions, don't panic. First, I look at the range of options. Substitute the critical value again. Eliminate the two obviously impossible ones. The remaining are B and D. I was about to choose B, but the numbers didn't change. As soon as the thought of choosing D arose, the number floated slightly upward. I didn't blindly trust it. I rechecked D. Sure enough, it held true. 728. After finishing the multiple choice questions, I glanced at my watch. It had taken 42 minutes. Faster than I had expected. The first 2 fill-in-the-blank questions went smoothly. 1 sequence problem. 1 probability problem. Neither is difficult. The number rises to 732. The third fill-in-the-blank is analytic geometry. I was halfway through the calculation when I realized the formula was getting more and more complicated. In the past, I would have pushed through to the end, only to end up completely overwhelmed. But this time I stopped. College entrance exam questions don't just make you grind through a mess for no reason. If the expression looks too ugly, the method is probably wrong. I re-examined the conditions. I found that the problem gives a symmetric relationship. I changed the coordinate approach. 3 lines to calculate the answer. The number jumped to 735. That jump made my heart suddenly race. 735. It was only 708 after the morning Chinese exam ended. After finishing the first half of the math paper, I had already pulled the total score back. But I didn't dare to get cocky. The further you go, the more expensive each point becomes. The problem-solving section begins. First, trigonometric function. Steady. Second, probability and statistics. Steady. The third problem is solid geometry. The first part is a proof. The second part asks for an angle. I wrote very slowly. It's not that I don't know how, but that I'm afraid of missing a step. Old Joe once said that grading for the college entrance exam isn't about whether you know it in your head, but whether it's on your paper. I wrote out the key auxiliary lines, vector coordinates, and dot product formulas clearly. The score went from 735 to 739. When working on the analytic geometry problem, the first major crisis emerged. The first part asked for the equation of the line. It wasn't difficult. The second part asked for a fixed value. I started setting the coordinates, and as I kept calculating, the equation began to blow up again. The number dropped from 739 to 736. My palms instantly started sweating. There were 45 minutes left. There are still the final big questions to come. If I spend too much time here, the last question will be ruined. I gritted my teeth. I put down my pen. Let's stop. I'll re-examine the problem. The problem provides the condition of passing through a fixed point. For fixed value problems, it's not always necessary to directly substitute coordinates. Vieta's relations can be used. I crossed out the entire half page of draft, set up the line again, combined the equations. Usé Vieta's formulas. Eliminate the parameter. Finally derived. The number rose from 736 back to 740. Jumped again to 742. I almost snapped the pen in half. This problem was salvaged. But the real monster is still at the end. Final problem. I turned to the last page. The problem was about functions. Given the function fx, containing parameter a, the first question asks for the monotonic intervals. The second question asks to prove a certain inequality. The third question asks for the range of the parameter a typical final problem. That's also typically fatal. I glanced at the time. 28 minutes. Tez left. If I give up, what will happen to my score? The thought had just flashed through my mind, and the number above my head instantly dropped from 742 to 731. My pupils contracted. I can't let go. Even if I can't complete it fully, I must at least earn partial points. I take a deep breath and write 3 words on the scratch paper. First, dismantle. The first question, find the derivative. I write out fx. The expression is a bit complex, but it can be simplified. Set the derivative function equal to 0. Determine the sign. The first part is not difficult, as long as you don't panic. I finished writing the monotonic interval, and the number increased from 731 to 736. Good. Got the first question. Second question, prove the inequality. This is the key. I tried to substitute directly. It doesn't work. The expression is too messy. The numbers aren't increasing. I changed my approach. Construct a function using the monotonicity from the first question. Let gx. Differentiate. Find the extremo. M. Writing up to this point, the number has risen to 739. It shows the direction is correct. But halfway through the proof, I got stuck. There was a step that required linking ln x and x1. I stared at that line of equations, my mind feeling like it was stuffed with cotton. ln x. x1. Classic inequality. I suddenly remembered that night at the bookstore, I had seen a similar problem. ln x x1. The equality holds when x1. I immediately added this condition. The number suddenly jumped to 744. I almost cried out in excitement. But it wasn't over yet. The third question, the parameter range. This is the hardest part of the entire exam paper. I glanced at the time. 15 minutes left. My hand was already a bit sore. Someone in the exam hall began flipping back and forth to check the earlier questions. Others were staring blankly at the last question. I looked up and glanced at Zhang Yang not far away. He was bent over, writing the final, most challenging problem. His brows were tightly furrowed. I couldn't see his specific answering process, but I could see the number above his head. 704, 701, 698. He was losing points. The final problem had also stumped him. This scene suddenly steadied my heart. So he gets stuck too. He's not invincible either. I lowered my head and continued reading the third question. Finding the range of parameters essentially boils down to the constant establishment of inequalities. The constant establishment of inequalities is then transformed into the extremum of functions. I will proceed in this direction. Let hx. Separate alone. Find the maximum value of the expression on the right. First step, write it down. The numbers remain unchanged. Second step, reorganize. The number rises to 745. The direction is correct. I'll continue. Take the derivative. Determine monotonicity. A complex tipping point emerges here. I calculated it once, but the result was wrong. The number dropped to 743. I stopped immediately. Recalculated. Discovered that a negative sign was missing. Corrected it. 746. There are 8 minutes left. I've pushed it to the last step. Only the parameter range needs to be written. but my result has two endpoints. I'm not sure whether one of the endpoints can include the equality. If I write it wrong, I might lose key points. I stared at the problem conditions. For any x0, it holds. Equality condition. Extremum point. Domain of definition. I check each item one by one. Endpoint 1 is acceptable. Endpoint 2 is not acceptable. I write down the final answer on the answer sheet. The number jumped from 746 to 748. 748. I almost held my breath. Only 2 points away from a perfect score. But I know that this is just an overall estimate based on the current math exam. There are still English and the comprehensive science exam to take. But if I can hold steady in math, there will be a chance to aim for the top later. In the last 5 minutes, I started to check my answers. First pass, look at the multiple choice and fill in the blank questions. Question 10, circumscribed sphere. I recalculate. Correct. Question 12, parameter selection. I substitute another special value. That's right. For the third fill in the blank question on analytic geometry, I check the signs. Suddenly, I noticed a small issue. The answer I wrote on the answer sheet was missing a parenthesis in the denominator. The draft paper was correct. I missed copying it onto the answer sheet. Cold sweat instantly broke out on my back. If I hadn't noticed, I would have lost at least 3 to 5 points on this question. I quickly added the parentheses. The number jumped from 748 to 749. Still 1 point short. The last 2 minutes. I checked the solution questions. For the second part of the solid geometry problem, I wrote the cosine value as my answer, but the question asked for the sine of the angle. I initially calculated the cosine but forgot to convert it. My scalp tingled all over. It's not that I can't. This is a rookie mistake. I immediately added the conversion steps after the answer and wrote down the sine value. The numbers flashed abruptly. 749. 750? No. It just flickered for a moment and then stabilized at 749. My heart was pounding terrifyingly fast. Maybe the math score is already close to perfect. But overall, it's not there yet. The last 30 seconds. I glanced at the endpoint explanation for the third part of the final problem. I wrote down the parameter range, but didn't explain why the right endpoint couldn't be included. Points may be deducted during grading. I quickly added another sentence. When in, there exists an x such that the condition for equality in the original inequality is not satisfied, so the right endpoint is not included. As I wrote the last word, the bell rang. Stop answering. I put down my pen. The numbers above my head flickered wildly in midair. 749. 749. 5. Finally, they settled on 750. I stared at that number, completely frozen. Math was over. My total score estimate had, for the first time, surged to 750. Although there are still 2 subjects left. Although it might still drop. But at that moment, I truly saw a perfect score. When the invigilator collected the exam papers, my hands were still trembling slightly. Not fear. It's excitement. Walking out of the exam hall, the sun was blindingly bright. The hallway was filled with the chatter of test takers. This year's math exam was so hard. I left the third sub-question of the final problem blank. I didn't even finish the second sub-question. What did you choose for the last multiple choice question? I didn't participate. Because I was afraid that checking the answers would affect my mindset. Just as I reached the stairwell, Zhang Yang caught up from behind. His expression was much worse than it had been in the morning. He stared at me, his voice a little tense. The last one, did you figure out? I glanced at him. Wrote a bit. He frowned up. What about the third question? I said I wrote a little bit on that one too. Zhang Yang's face turned even darker. He clearly hadn't finished. Just then, a classmate beside him said, Zhang Yang, for the second part of the final problem, do you use lnxx1? Zhang Yang's expression instantly froze. I saw the number above his head drop from 698 to 692. He hadn't thought that far ahead. That classmate was still lamenting. I only remembered after the exam. It's over. Zhang Yang said nothing. I said nothing either. But the way he looked at me for the first time was no longer contempt. It was panic. True panic. I walked past him. This time, I didn't mock him, because I no longer needed to. The number above my head is louder than any mockery. Outside the school gate, my mom saw me coming out and immediately walked up to me. How was math? I was about to say it was okay. The words were on the tip of my tongue, but suddenly I smiled. Mom, your perfect score breakfast this morning might actually work. My mother was stunned. My father also looked at me. I didn't say anything more. I just took a sip of water and looked at the sunlight in the distance. The 750 above my head gleamed a blinding gold. And I knew. What I had to do next was not charge forward. It was to guard it. Chapter 10, Unstable Scores. I almost lost to myself. The moment the math exam ended, I saw 750 for the first time. That number hung above my head, dazzlingly golden. But it didn't bring me complete peace of mind. Instead, it made me even more panicked. Because I knew the college entrance exam wasn't over yet. Chinese and math were just the first day. Still ahead were science, comprehensive, and English. Scoring full marks isn't the hardest part. The hardest part is maintaining it. On the way home, I sat in the back seat without saying a word. My mom thought I didn't do well in math and quietly turned around from the passenger seat to look at me. Chuan, are you tired this afternoon? I shook my head. Not really. My dad held the steering wheel, his tone feigning ease. It's normal for math to be difficult if it's hard for you. It's hard for everyone. I watched the trees outside the window quickly recede into shadows and murmured, actually, it wasn't the difficulty of math that made me fall silent. It was that 750. It is like a mountain. Before, when I was at the foot of the mountain, I thought it would be good enough to make it halfway up. But now, I am truly standing at the edge of the summit. Only one last step remains. I suddenly started to fear falling. My phone vibrated. The class group chat had already exploded. This year's math exam was insane. I left the third part of the final question blank. I couldn't even prove the second question. In the end, was the multiple choice answer B or D? Zhang Yang, did you finish the last problem? After a few minutes, Zhang Yang replied with a single sentence. I wrote it, but I'm not sure. As soon as those 4 words appeared, the group chat became even more panicked. Even Zhang Yang wasn't sure this year's math exam was truly difficult. Then someone mentioned me. Where's Lin Chuan? Haven't you been making rapid progress lately? How's math going? Fatty Wong immediately jumped out. Once an exam is done, forget about it and ask. I was staring at the screen, about to laugh, when the number above my head suddenly flickered. 750. 748. The smile on my face instantly froze. Just by looking at the answer discussions in the group chat, I actually lost points. I immediately turned off my phone. The number stopped at 748 without dropping further. My heart tightened. The real danger was never the exam hall. It was what came after. As long as I let someone's words sway me, as long as I started doubting myself, my score would drop. When I got home, my mom had already prepared dinner ahead of time. As light as it can possibly be. Rice, steamed egg, greens, and fish soup. Even soy sauce is used very sparingly. My dad looked at the dishes on the table and frowned. Isn't this too bland? My mom glared at him. He has an exam tomorrow. Do you want to make him sick? My dad immediately shut up. I sat down to eat. With the first sip of fish soup, the number above my head went from 748 back to 749. I breathed a sigh of relief. But halfway through the meal, my mind uncontrollably started replaying the math problems again. For the third part of the final problem, should that endpoint be included or not? As for the fixed value problem in analytic geometry, did I miss any case discussion? Is the essay title too risky? The more I think about it, the lower the number gets. 749, 746, 743. The chopsticks in my hand stopped. My mom immediately noticed. What's wrong? Is the food not to your liking? I shook my head. No. My father put down his chopsticks and looked at me. Thinking about taking the exam again, I remained silent. He snorted. Didn't your teacher tell you, once an exam is over, just forget about it? I was taken aback. Even my dad could say that. He picked up a piece of vegetable with his chopsticks and placed it in my bowl. The past exam papers have already been submitted. No matter how hard you rack your brain now, you can't change the answers back. What can be changed is tomorrow's exam paper. This statement is not complicated. In fact, it's a bit simple. But it was this simple sentence that suddenly loosened the string in my mind that had been stretched to the breaking point. The numbers slowly climbed back up. 743, 747, 750. I looked up at my dad. He felt uncomfortable under my gaze and frowned. What are you looking at me for? Eat. I lowered my head and shoveled rice into my mouth, suddenly breaking into a smile. So my dad wasn't just good at scolding people. When it really mattered, he could also save the day. After finishing my meal, I didn't do any more practice problems. I only went through the key checklist for tomorrow's Science Comprehensive in English. Science Comprehensive, basic concepts, experimental details, question traps. English, catch transitions and listening, refer back to the text and reading. Avoid basic mistakes in writing. After going through them once, the score stabilized at 750, neither rising nor falling. But here's the problem. The more stable it is, the more I fear it becoming unstable. At 9:30 p.m., I was getting ready to sleep. But as soon as I lay down, all sorts of thoughts started popping into my head. What if I get the first question of the Science Comprehensive exam wrong tomorrow? What if I can't hear clearly during the English listening test? What if I fill in the answer sheet incorrectly? What if this 750 is just a temporary score? And the official result is completely different. The numbers above my head began to flash. 750, 747, 742. I snapped my eyes open. No, if this keeps up, I'll be dragged down by myself. I sat up and took out my notebook. I didn't do any practice problems. I only wrote 4 sentences. I have done everything I could. Tomorrow, I seek not miracles, but stability. Encounter a tough problem, break it down first. Don't let a single question sweep you away. I'm not aiming for a perfect score on the exam. I'm aiming to have no regrets about it. After writing the last sentence, the numbers gradually came to a halt. 742, 748, 750. But this time, there was an extra line of very faint small text after the number. Current score is unstable. I froze completely. This was the first time the system had shown a prompt. Previously, there were only numerical changes. Now, it actually tells me it's unstable. I stare at that line of text, a chill slowly creeping up my spine. What does it mean? Are you saying that although I can now reach 750, my mindset could collapse at any moment? Or is it that my performance today is uncertain? The more I think about it, the more panicked I become. The numbers after the prompt start fluctuating again. 750, 749, 746. I snapped the notebook shut, closed my eyes, and forced myself to lie down. I must not think. The more I think, the deeper I fall. I silently repeated old Joe's words, my father's words, and the 4 sentences I had written down, over and over in my mind. Get the questions, right? Break down problems you don't understand. Don't panic over difficult questions. Leave one subject behind after finishing its exam. After reciting it countless times, I finally fell asleep. When I woke up the next day, it was just barely dawn. I looked up. 750. The line current score unstable was still there, but it was a bit fainter than last night. I know this means there are still hidden dangers. And today is the final battle. Breakfast is still the perfect meal. My mom even upgraded yesterday's perfect meal. Today's comprehensive science. An English exam, Mom has prepared a double perfect score for you. 2 eggs, 2 small fried dough sticks, a glass of milk, and a piece of candy. I found it both amusing and exasperating. Mom, I can't finish all this. My mom immediately got nervous. Then eat less. Don't overeat. My dad handed me a bottle of warm water from the side. Don't drink cold water. I took the water, feeling very steady inside. The numbers haven't gone up, because it's already at 750. But the word unstable behind it has faded a little more. When I arrived at the exam center entrance, I saw Zhang Yang. His complexion was noticeably worse than yesterday. There was a hint of dark circles under his eyes. It was obvious that he hadn't slept well last night. The number above his head had changed from 704 yesterday to 689. I was stunned for a moment. He lost 15 points. Yes, this is where the college entrance exam is truly terrifying. It's not about how many points you can usually score. It's about whether you can bring your usual level into the exam room. Zhang Yang also saw me. He stared at me and suddenly asked, "Did you fall asleep last night?" I said, "Yes, I did." He paused for a moment, then sneered, "Not bad." But that laugh was hollow, lacking the confidence it once had. I didn't provoke him, because my enemy now is no longer Zhang Yang. It is myself. Before entering the exam hall, Shen Jixia also came. She looked in good shape today. She didn't pass me another note. She just stood in front of me and said seriously, "Lin Chuan, this is the last day." Yeah, you can definitely do it. I looked into her eyes. This time, my heart still raced, but the number didn't drop. That unstable prompt faded a little more. I smiled. You too. The bell rang. The comprehensive science exam began. I sat down in my seat and gripped my pen. When the test paper was handed out, I looked up and glanced at that 750. This time, I was no longer frightened by it. I simply said to myself, "Hold your ground." Chapter 11, The Trap Questions in Science Comprehensive One by One. I stepped back to the full score line. The first second I opened the comprehensive science exam paper, I knew today wouldn't be easy. The first physics multiple choice question looked deceptively simple. A small ball moves on a frictionless horizontal surface. Analyze the forces and find the change in acceleration. This type of question is usually a freebie. But just as I confirmed the answer in my mind, the number above my head dropped from 750 to 748. The tip of my pen hovered above the answer sheet, and I forced myself not to put it down. There's a trap. I read the question again. The first time, I didn't notice. The second time, I still didn't notice. It wasn't until the third time that I saw the last half of the question. Air resistance is ignored, but friction cannot be neglected. I broke out in a cold sweat instantly. The smooth part is the previous horizontal section. The latter section is not. If calculated as smooth throughout, it would definitely be wrong. I changed my answer. 748. 750. The very first question gave me a tough start. I took a deep breath. No rush. In science comprehensive exams, it's not about who finishes fastest, but who falls into fewer traps. The second question is chemistry. Ion coexistence. I glanced over it. And option A seemed fine. But just as I was about to choose, the numbers gently flickered. I looked again. I realized the solution condition was acidic. In option, There was an ion that would react under acidic conditions. Drain it. Choose C. 750 is stable. Question 3. Biology. Probability of inheritance. I used to be most afraid of this type of question because if I misread a single parental trait, the entire answer would be wrong. This time, I wrote down all the dominant and recessive traits, genotypes, and phenotypes on my scratch paper. I didn't rely on intuition. The number has remained steady at 750. After finishing the first 3 questions, sweat had already formed on my forehead. It wasn't because the questions were too difficult. It was because I finally realized that on the path to a perfect score, not a single question can be answered by relying on habit. If you get one wrong, you might not be able to hold on. When I reached the 7th multiple-choice question in the science comprehensive exam, I encountered the first question that truly stumped me. A question about a chemical experimental setup. It asked which operation would lead to a higher result. All 4 options looked very similar. I initially chose B. The number dropped to 747. I immediately crossed it out. Choose C. Dropped to 746. My heart tightened. Can't rely on trial and error. Must think it through. I closed my eyes and followed the experimental procedure step by step to replicate it. Wait. Dissolving. Transfer. Washing. Volume adjustment. Reading. Finally, I realized that the real issue lies in reading from a lower angle. Reading from a lower angle results in an actual volume that is too large and a concentration that is too low, with the direction of deviation in the calculated result consistent with the requirement of the problem. Choose D. The number returns to 750. My grip on the pen loosened a little. If I didn't have a lucky break, I might have actually gotten this question wrong. But more importantly, I didn't just guess blindly after losing points the first time. I pushed myself to figure out the reason. Starting from the midsection big questions, the time pressure became noticeably more intense. The first major problem in physics is mechanics. I can handle it, but the amount of calculation is considerable. Every step I write, I check the units. Newton, meters per second, joules. I used to think units didn't matter. Now I know that the unit is life. In the final step, I missed the minus sign. The number dropped from 750 to 749. I immediately went back to check. Found that the direction is reversed. At a negative sign. 750. The major chemistry problem is the process flow. The question looks like a short essay. When I read it for the first time, my mind felt overwhelmed. All kinds of substance names, reaction conditions, precipitation, filtration, and redox reactions were crammed together. I almost got irritated. The number flickered for a moment. 749. I quickly stopped. I must not get annoyed. Process flow questions are most afraid of rushing. I draw arrows on scratch paper. Ingredients. Step 1. Step 2. Filter residue. Filtrate. Product. Each step corresponds to one question. After drawing out the entire process, the originally tangled problem suddenly became clear. The number returned to 750. I felt a strong sense of satisfaction. This wasn't the system directly giving me the answer. It forced me to look at the questions the right way. The biology long answer question tested experimental design. It asked how to prove that a certain hormone promotes plant growth. My first reaction was to set up a control group. But this is too general. The numbers haven't changed. I added the independent variable, dependent variable, control of extraneous variables, and repeated experiments. The numbers are stable. When I got to the conclusion, I almost wrote, "This hormone promotes plant growth." The numbers dropped a bit. I immediately changed it to within a certain concentration range. This hormone has a promoting effect on plant growth. Rigorous. 750. Halfway through the exam, I glanced at my watch. There were 52 minutes left. The multiple choice questions and the earlier big problems were mostly under control. But the real difficulty lies in the last three comprehensive questions. Physics and electromagnetism combined. Chemical equilibrium calculations. Biology genetics finale. If I get any of these three questions wrong, it could knock me off the perfect score line. I'll start with physics. The electromagnetism question immediately involves the motion of charged particles in a magnetic field. Draw the trajectory. Find the center of the circle. Use the Lorentz force to provide the centripetal force. The first question is not difficult. The second question introduces an electric field. The third question asks whether the particle can escape from a certain region. I drew the diagram 3 times. The first 2 attempts were both wrong. The number dropped from 750 to 746. My palms were calm. I couldn't afford to get too many of these questions wrong. I looked up and glanced around the exam hall. Someone had already started pulling at their hair. Some people left the last big question blank to work on others. I closed my eyes for a second. Break it down. First, just look at the magnetic field. Now look at the electric field. Finally, superimpose the boundary conditions. I will redraw the diagram. This time, I will mark the direction of velocity, the direction of force, and the position of the center of the circle. Suddenly, the key relationship emerged. The particles were not ejected from the upper boundary as I had assumed, but grazed along the right boundary. I quickly revised the solution. 746, 748, 750. I could almost hear the thud of my own heartbeat. Held on. The chemistry equilibrium problem was also tough. Given temperature, pressure, and conversion rate, asked about the change in equilibrium constant. At first, I confused K with the effect of pressure. The number dropped to 747. I immediately stopped writing. The equilibrium constant is only related to temperature. Pressure affects the shift in equilibrium, but does not change K. I wrote this sentence on a draft paper. Going back to look at the problem, the thought process became clear. The number returned to 750. Finally, there was the biology genetics question left. The question stem is very long. It involves 2 pairs of relative traits and a lethal gene. As soon as I saw the word lethal, my heart tightened. This type of question is most likely to overlook non-existent genotypes. I'll list the parents first, then write the gametes, then draw the Punnett square. When calculating the first question, the numbers are stable. The second question asks for the probability of a certain phenotype. I initially calculated 316. The number dropped to 748. I frowned. Look at the question again. Homozygous individuals with lethal genes do not survive. The denominator is not 16. The dis. D individuals must be excluded. I recalculated. The result became 314. The number returned to 750. The final question required designing a crossbreeding experiment to determine the genotype of an unknown individual. I wrote the test cross, but I didn't write the expected results. Then, numbers didn't increase. I added the genotype determination corresponding to different results. Numbers are stable. There are still 8 minutes left until the end of the exam. I've finished, but I dare not relax. I've been holding on for a perfect score until now, and the last 8 minutes are the most dangerous. I start checking my answer sheet. First round, filling in the bubbles. No omissions. Second pass, physical units. I found that the answer to a question had the unit written as ms, but the question was actually asking for an intermediate quantity in the square of velocity, so the final answer should be in meters. I was so startled that my back went numb. I corrected it immediately. The number went from 749 back to 750. The third time, the chemical equation. I noticed a gas symbol was missing. Although it may not deduct many points, the perfect score line leaves no room for luck. Make up for it. 750 is more stable. In the last 2 minutes, I checked the biology genetics question. Suddenly, I realized that in the last part, I had written genotype instead of phenotype. If these two characters are wrong, the meaning changes completely. I quickly corrected them. The number flashed for a moment, still 750. The bell rang. Stop answering. I put down my pen, feeling as if I had been pulled out of water. The comprehensive science exam was over. 750 was still there. And the line current score is unstable, had completely disappeared. I sat in my seat, suddenly feeling an indescribable stillness. It wasn't excitement. It wasn't ecstasy. It's stable. I finally stabilized. As I walked out of the exam hall, the corridor was filled with groans. The science comprehensive exam was too detailed. Did you see the friction in the first question? What friction? Isn't it a smooth horizontal surface? Oh no, I didn't see it. Is the denominator for the genetics question 16? No way, there's a lethal gene. As soon as these words were spoken, several people's faces turned pale. I didn't check the answers, but I could already tell from their reactions that this year's comprehensive science exam had tripped up a lot of people. Zhang Yang also came out of the exam hall. His expression was very grim. I saw the number above his he had dropped from 689 to 671. Clearly, he had fallen into a trap. He saw me, his lips moving slightly as if he wanted to ask me about the first question. But in the end, he didn't ask. I didn't volunteer to say anything either. When we reached the school gate, my mom handed me water right away. Tired, I said a little. My dad looked at my expression and asked in a low voice, "How was the science comprehensive exam?" I thought for a moment and said, "Pretty solid." This time, I didn't say it was okay. I said it was steady, because I really did hold steady. My dad's eyes lit up slightly, but he immediately suppressed it. "Just stay steady, there's English in the afternoon, don't get cocky." I nodded. Before the lunch break, I didn't touch any materials. I only listened to an English listening audio clip to keep my ears in shape. The numbers haven't gone up, because they can't go up anymore. But I can feel that it's very stable. English in the afternoon. The last subject. Oshlomgoshi holdon. I can I'll bring the 750 all the way to the end. But I never expected that before the English exam, an unexpected event would occur. During the listening test, a sudden harsh noise burst from broadcast. All the examinees in the exam hall looked up at the same time. For the first time, the number above my head dropped from 750 to 741. Chapter 12. In the last subject, English, I changed 749 to 750. The static on the radio lasted a full 10 seconds. 10 seconds isn't long. But before the start of the college entrance exam English listening test, those 10 seconds were enough to shatter the composure of everyone in the exam hall. Some frowned. Someone looked up at the proctor. Someone muttered under their breath, "No way. Is the listening equipment malfunctioning?" The proctor immediately raised their hand. "Remain quiet. The equipment is being adjusted." I sat in my seat, my fingers slowly tightening. The number above stopped at 741. This was the second major drop today. The first was the first question in the science comprehensive exam. That time, I managed to save myself by carefully reading the questions. This time is different. If I can't hear clearly during the listening section, no matter how good I am at answering questions, it's useless. The second sound check began playing in the exam room. This time the sound was a bit clearer, but there was still a slight buzzing noise. My heart began to race. 741. 739. I shut my eyes tightly. Don't panic. If everyone can't hear clearly, then everyone is affected. If it's just test noise, it might not be a problem during the actual playback. What I need to do is not break down prematurely. I need to wait. I wrote 4 words on my draft paper, grasped the keywords. Then I wrote, listen for transitions. Listen to the attitude. Listen to the time and place. With each line written, the numbers stabilize a bit. 739, 743, 746. The third sound check of the broadcast. This time it's clear. After the proctor confirmed, they announced that the exam would proceed as normal. The number returned to 748. Still 2 points short. I didn't force it. English is the last subject. I don't need to start with a perfect score. I'll take it back little by little. The listening test officially begins. The first question is easy. Location judgment. Cafe. 750 did not return, but changed from 748 to 749. Question 2. Ask about the relationship between the speakers. At first, I thought about choosing colleagues. But when I heard the woman say your appointment, I realized it sounded more like a doctor and a patient. Change my choice. 749 stable. The first 10 questions went smoothly. Starting from the 11th question, the speaking speed noticeably increased. There was a question asking why the man postponed the meeting. When I hear traffic, my first thought is traffic jam. But the next sentence the woman says, so the real reason is the report? My heart skipped a beat. Twist. The real reason is that the report wasn't finished. If you choose transportation, it will definitely be wrong. I'll change my answer. The number jumps from 749 to 750. Full marks are back. But I dare not laugh, because there's still over 20 questions left. The last monologue in the listening section introduces a campus event. Lots of information. Lots of dates, lots of numbers. I hate this kind of thing the most. I jot down keywords on scratch paper as I listen. Monday, library, 3 forms, before Friday. One of the questions asked about the registration deadline. I almost chose Monday, but the question asks for the deadline, not the start time of the event. The answer is Friday. Stay steady. The listening ended, and 750 was still there. I let out a long sigh of relief. Next up was reading. The first practical text was a freebie. The second narrative essay tells the story of a student adjusting their direction after failure. When I saw this article, my heart stirred slightly. It seemed to echo what has been happening to me these past few days. But I didn't let myself sink into it. The thing I fear most during exams is getting too deeply immersed. I look for evidence based on the question stem. Factual detail questions. Inference. Indie judgment questions. Main idea questions. Stay steady. The third science article starts to get difficult. It talks about AI-assisted learning. There were many unfamiliar words in the article. In the past, I would panic when I saw unfamiliar words. This time, I didn't panic. I read the questions first. Go back to the original text for localization. There is a question asking about the author's attitude toward the AI scoring system. I almost chose fully supportive, because the text does mention that it improves efficiency. But there is a noth, or sentence after that. However, no score can fully measure a student's growth. My heart skipped a beat. No score can fully measure a student's growth. This sentence reads like the English version of an essay prompt. The author's attitude is cautiously optimistic, rather than fully supportive. I changed my answer. 750 is stable. The fourth reading passage is the hardest. It talks about environmental changes and human choices. The question asks about the title. All 4 options are very similar. I'll first eliminate the 2 that are too specify. See, the remaining 2. One emphasizes the environmental crisis, the other emphasizes human adaptation. I returned to the last paragraph of the article. The author wrote choice. Choice. I chose a title that emphasizes proactive adaptation. The numbers didn't drop. Reading finished, with plenty of time left. Choose 5 out of 7. For the first blank, I looked at the logic of the sentences before and after and chose a transition. The second blank, choose the connector. The third blank, I got stuck. Both options can be placed. One explains the reason. The other explains the result. I started by choosing the reason. The number dropped to 749. I immediately reread the paragraph. The previous sentence already stated the reason, and the next sentence expands on the result. Selected results. 750. Closed tests are the most dangerous part of the entire English exam paper. Many words have similar meanings. If you misjudge the context even slightly, you will lose points. The story is about a boy who replans his studies after failing an exam. When I saw this, I almost laughed. Was this exam paper designed specifically to target me? But jokes aside, the questions are still difficult. The seventh blank, the options are fear, regret, anger, pressure. The sentence was, he finally decided not to let one score become his lifelong. My first instinct was to choose regret. A single score became a lifelong regret. It flows smoothly. But the number didn't change. I read it again. Not let one score become his lifelong pressure. It still made sense. But considering the context, he wasn't regretting the paw that had always been weighed down by that score. It should be pressure. Choose pressure. 750. For the 12th blank, the options were changed, accepted, ignored, and doubted. The sentence says that after seeing the mistake for the first time, he didn't run away, but them. It should be accepted, accept the mistake, but the following text was, and corrected them one by one. Seeing the mistake, acknowledging and correcting it. Accepted. The numbers are stable. The last blank in the closed test, the sentence is, before the bell rings, every answer can still be. Options, saved, changed, hidden, forgotten. I looked at the changed, my fingers tightening slightly. Change the answer. Isn't that me? I choose changed. 750. Grammar fill in the blank. The first few blanks were smooth. For a non-finite verb, I almost wrote to improve. But the sentence structure requires a present participle as a result adverbial. Changed it to improving. 750. A plural noun. I missed this. After writing, the number dropped to 749. I went back to check and found it. Added this. 750. Short passage error correction. This section is a high incidence area for low-level mistakes. I dare not go fast. Read line by line. Articles, prepositions, tenses, pronouns, adjectives, and adverbs. When I got to the 8th correction, I just couldn't find the mistake. Time passed little by little. I began to feel annoyed. The number dropped from 750 to 748. I stopped immediately. No trouble. If you can't find the error in the correction exercise, it means the mistake might not be in an obvious place. I re-examined the logic of the entire text. Finally discovered that the noun after one of wasn't in plural form. Fixed it. 750. Finally, the English composition. The topic is to write a letter of advice to junior students who are about to enter their senior year of high school. Topic: how to face grades and pressure. When I saw the topic, my fingers paused. Grades again. Pressure again. Everything I've experienced in the past few days seems to have all converged into the final essay. But I can't write it too personally. The most important thing in the college entrance exam English essay is clarity, accuracy, and fewer mistakes. I'll start by outlining. Understanding stress. Tip 1, make a plan. Tip 2, Focus on the basics and rest. Tip 3. Don't let a single score define you. Ending. Best wishes. I wrote it very steadily. I didn't use overly complex sentences, but I tried to make every sentence as natural as possible. When I reached the last sentence, I originally wanted to write, I hope you can get good grades. Too ordinary. The numbers remained unchanged. I changed it to, I hope you will remember that a score can show where you are, but it should never decide where you will go. After finishing, the number was still 750. But during the final check, I found a problem. There was a sentence in the essay, taking enough rests are also important. The subject is a gerund phrase, so the predicate should be is. I immediately changed it to is. 750 flickered for a moment. Still stable. 5 minutes left. I began checking the entire paper. Listening answer sheet. Reading options. 7 utafif. Close test. Grammar fill in the blank. Error correction. Ossition. When I was checking the third reading passage, I suddenly noticed a problem with one of the questions. I had originally chosen C, but the question asked for implied, not stated. C is information directly stated in the text. D is the inference. If not changed, it might be wrong. I stared at C and D for a full 20 seconds. Change it, not changing might be wrong. Changing might also turn what's right into wrong. The number above my head gives me no clear hint. It just flickers softly. 750. 749. 750. I know this question can't be solved by intuition alone. I have to go back to the original text. I quickly flipped back to the article and looked at the corresponding paragraph. The author first says that AI scoring is fast, but later emphasizes that human growth cannot be fully quantified by machines. The question asks, what can be implied? D. Technology can assist evaluation, but human judgment remains necessary. That's it. I changed it to D. The number stabilized at 750. The last 2 minutes. I checked the grammar fill in the blank. No problem. Last minute. I skimmed the essay. Suddenly, I saw a word. Believe. It was missing an E. Believe. Cold sweat broke out on my back instantly. This kind of spelling mistake wouldn't cost many points under normal circumstances. But now I'm guarding 750. I quickly added. The number flashed brightly at 750. In that instant, it was not an ordinary gold. Like the sun. The bell rang. Stop answering. I put down my pen. Someone in the exam hall let out a long sigh. Someone slumped over the desk. Someone whispered that it was finally over. But I remained seated, not moving. The numbers above my head froze in place. 750. They didn't flicker. No fluctuations. No prompts. Just steadily hanging there. I know. It's over. I really held on. After the exam papers were collected, the proctor announced that we could leave. When I stood up, my legs felt a bit weak. Stepping out of the classroom, the hallway was filled with a noise of release. We're free. Finally, the exams are over. Tonight, I'm going to sleep until the end of time. English essays are actually pretty easy. Standing in the crowd, I suddenly felt a bit dazed. 7 days ago, I was still that worthless guy with a score of 250. Disappointing the teacher. Mocked by Zhang Yang. Abandoned by myself. 7 days later, I walked out of the exam hall with a 750 hanging over my head. This is not a dream. This is a life I painstakingly fought back, bit by bit. Outside the school gate, my mom saw me coming out and rushed over immediately. It's over. Her voice choked up. I nodded. I'm done with the exam. My dad stood beside me, his lips moving slightly, but in the end, he only said, "Come on, let's go home." My mom asked, "How's your English?" I looked at them and suddenly smiled. This time, I didn't say it's okay. Nor did I say it's pretty solid. I said, Mom, Dad, I think I might have done really well on the exam. My mom was stunned. My dad was stunned too. They looked at me as if they didn't dare to ask just how good this very good really was. I didn't continue either. Because before the results came out, anything I said would sound like bragging. But I knew. That 750 has been glowing above my head the entire way. On the ride home, I opened my phone. The class group chat was full of celebration. Someone posted about dinner gatherings. Someone made plans for an all-night session at an internet cafe. Someone said they never want to read a book again. Zhang Yang also sent a message. Exams are over, everyone. Get some good rest. His tone was much calmer than before. I saw the number above his head had changed to 692. The college entrance exam was over, and the score no longer fluctuated. In other words, the outcome was already set. Shen Jixia messaged me privately. Finished the exam. I replied, yeah, finished. She asked, can we talk properly now? I looked at that sentence, and my heart still skipped a beat. But the 750 above my head remained unchanged. I smiled and replied to her, when the results come out, I'll give you a formal answer. She quickly replied, okay, I'll wait for you. I put down my phone and looked out the window. The sunset fell on the edge of the city, golden and bright, like the number above my head. The college entrance exam is over. But the real slap in the face hasn't even begun. Chapter 13, Score Inquiry Night. The whole class waits to see me make a fool of myself. The first day after the college entrance exam, I slept until noon. No alarm clock. No exam papers. No English listening test. Nor was there any blatant mockery. When I woke up, the room was eerily quiet. My first instinct was still to look up at the score. But this time, I saw nothing at all. The number that accompanied me for 7 whole days has disappeared. Number 250. Number 750. Nothing at all. I sat on the bed, stunned for a long time. Suddenly, a void opened in my heart. It was truly gone, like a dream that belonged only to the 7 days before the college entrance exam. But the error notebook on the desk is still there. The composition book Shen Jixia gave me is still there. The last-minute study plan Lao Zhou gave me is still there. The admission ticket is still there, too. These things remind me that it wasn't a dream. I really did fight for it. In the days that followed, a long wait began. The college entrance exam results hadn't come out yet, but the class group chat grew livelier by the day. Some people have started estimating their scores. Some have begun sharing their answers. Some are crying, saying they messed up the final math problem. Some say they were tricked by the first question in the science comprehensive exam. Some people say that the English reading answers were corrected incorrectly. I did not participate, because I no longer need to check the answers. But not participating in the eyes of others makes me seem guilty. On the third day, Zhang Yang posted his estimated score in the group chat. Not counting the essay, a conservative estimate is around 690. The group chat instantly exploded. Damn. Zhang Yang is still steady. The math was so hard this year, yet you still scored 690, as expected of a top student in the grade. This time, you should be in the top few hundred in the province, right? Zhang Yang quickly replied, it's not certain yet. Depends on the essay. His tone was modest, but anyone could see his pride. Not long after, someone mentioned me. Lin Chuan, what about you? Yeah, isn't Brother Chuan the dark horse lately? What's your estimate? Top 20 in the mock exam. Won't you soar in the college entrance exam? Don't stay silent. Fatty Wong immediately stepped in to cover for me. Can't they just not estimate their scores? But the more this happens, the more others get excited. A male classmate who usually has a good relationship with Zhang Yang posted, could it be that after the exam, their true colors were revealed? Another person replied, don't say that. Lin Chuan's 7-day comeback is already very inspiring. These words seemed comforting, but in reality, They were even more jarring. A 7-day comeback is indeed inspiring, but that's as far as the inspiration goes. No one really believed I could achieve anything extraordinary in the exam. Even fewer believed I could surpass Zhang Yang. A few minutes later, Zhang Yang sent a message. Everyone, don't put pressure on Lin Chuan. He's already improved a lot. As soon as these words were spoken, the group echoed in agreement once again. I looked at the screen and suddenly smiled. If it were 7 days ago, I would have thought Zhang Yang's words were condescending pity. But now I just don't think it's necessary. Before the results come out, all words carry little weight. I turned off my phone and continued accompanying my mom to the vegetable market. My mom has been very happy these past few days. Not because she knew I could get a perfect score, but because she felt that I, as a whole person, had changed. Chuan, what do you want to eat tonight? Anything is fine. Fish? Okay. Braised or steamed? Steamed, please. My mom laughed happily and said, okay, steamed is healthier. As she was picking out the fish, she said to the fish seller, my son took the college entrance exam this year. He just finished. The fish seller immediately asked, how did he do? My mom glanced at me and smiled a little sheepishly. He said it's not bad. The fish seller said, then he's sure to do well on the exam. My mom said, I hope so, but her eyes were shining. I looked at her and suddenly felt very calm inside. I want to make her proud. Not by timidly saying not bad at the market, but one day to be able to say with dignity, my son scored 750. During the time waiting for the results, Shen Jixia often chatted with me. She didn't bring up the confession again. We talked about essays, about college, and about the cities we wanted to go to in the future. She said she wanted to study journalism. I said I haven't decided yet. She asked if you could choose, where would you want to go? I thought for a long time. I replied, to a place where I can start over. She replied, you've already started over. I looked at those words and my heart softened for a moment. The day before the results were released, Old Joe sent a notice in the class group chat. The score-checking channel will open at 10 p.m. tomorrow. Everyone, keep a calm mindset. No matter the results, don't panic at first. If there's any issue, contact the teacher. As soon as this message came out, the group chat immediately quieted down a lot. Everyone started to get nervous. The next evening at 9:30, the atmosphere in my living room felt like a courtroom. My mom prepared a plate of fruit, but no one ate it. My dad sat on the sofa watching TV, but he had no idea what was playing on the screen. He didn't even notice the remote was upside down. I sat in front of the computer, my admission ticket number and ID number already entered, just waiting for the clock to hit 10 to refresh. 9:50. The class group chat started blowing up with messages. I'm so nervous. My hands are shaking. Can the website be accessed? Zhang Yang will definitely be the first to check, right? 9:58. Zhang Yang sent a message, wishing everyone good results. 10 o'clock sharp. The score-checking channel opened. The web page instantly froze. I clicked refresh. Failed. Refresh again. Verification code error. Refresh again. Page loading. My mom stood behind me. Her hands clenched together nervously. Is it too crowded? I nodded. Ma'am. My dad pretended to be calm. What's the rush? The grades aren't going anywhere. As soon as he said that, he leaned closer to the screen himself. 10-7. Someone in the class group was the first to check their scores. Holy crap, I scored 12 points higher than my estimate. Soon after, more and more people started sharing their scores. 523. I made it. My math score is terrible. I'm crying my eyes out. Shen Jixia, did you check yours? A few minutes later, Shen Jixia sent 621. The group was filled with congratulations. Amazing, consistent performance. Shen Jixia's score is quite impressive. I looked at that string of numbers and smiled. She did very well on the exam. Soon, the rail highlight arrived. Zhang Yang sent a screenshot. Total score, 692. The group chat exploded. Holy crap, 692. Arrogant and awesome. Scoring 692 in such a tough year, that's incredibly impressive. Top of the province is secured. Oljo also posted in the group chat, Zhang Yang performed very well. Congratulations. Zhang Yang replied with a thank you, teacher. Even through the screen, I could imagine the look of relief on his face. 692. Indeed, it was very high. If it weren't for me, he would be the undisputed legend of the class. But as it happens, there's also me. Soon, someone started tagging me. Where's Lin Chuan? Did Brother Chuan check it? What about the Dark Horse's results? He didn't fall asleep, did he? Zhang Yang also sent a message. Lin Chuan, did you find out? It seemed calm. Yet it was like a knife. My mom saw the group message and whispered, ignore them. We'll check it slowly. My dad also said, yeah, don't let them get to you. I nodded. I refreshed the webpage again. This time, the page loaded. I entered the verification code. Clicked search. The screen flashed white for a moment. The loading circle spun for 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Like 3 years. Then the results page popped up. Chinese, 150. Mathematics, 150. English, 150. Science Comprehensive, 300. Total score, 750. The living room fell silent instantly. My mom stood behind me, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The remote control in my dad's hand clattered to the floor. I stared at the screen, even though I had already seen that number before. Even though I knew I might achieve that score. The moment I actually saw the official results, I still felt as if my heart had been struck hard. 750. Really? It's not an illusion. It's not a prediction. It's not a joke the system is playing on me. I really got a perfect score. My mom's voice was trembling. Chuan Chuan. She pointed at the screen, as if she couldn't believe the words. How much? Is this? My throat tightened. 750. My dad suddenly stood up. Refresh it again. I refreshed. Still, 750. My dad said again, check on another phone. I checked on my phone. Still, 750. My dad's face turned red. His lips twitched for a long time, and finally he could only force out one word. Holy shit. My mom suddenly started crying. Not a quiet sob, but covering her mouth, tears falling one by one. My son got a perfect score. I stood up, about to comfort her, but she threw her arms around me. She held on tight, as if she was holding on to all the frustration, worry, and grievance of these past years. My dad turned around, pretending to go to the kitchen for a glass of water. But I saw his shoulder twitch. At that moment, the class group chat was still urging. Lin Chuan, have you found out? Don't play dead. It's okay to do poorly on the exam, after all. You've worked hard. Zhang Yang's 692 was already impressive. I sat back down at the computer and took a screenshot. My finger hovers over the send button. I suddenly recall 7 days ago. Zhang Yang said, with grades like yours, even getting into a vocational college would be a miracle. My classmates laugh at me for pretending to work hard. They say I'm ungrateful for rejecting Shinjisha. They say my 7-day comeback is just fooling myself. And no, I press send. Screenshots of grades appeared in the class group. Chinese, 150. Math, 150. English, 150. Science Comprehensive, 300. Total score, 750. The originally lively group instantly fell into dead silence. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. No one spoke. Finally, Wang Fatty sent a message. What the F? Chapter 14. After the 750-point screenshot was sent, the whole class fell silent. Fatty Wong's exclamation of "what the F" was like igniting a powder keg. The class group chat instantly exploded. Am I seeing things? 750? A perfect score. Chinese 150. Math 150. English 150. Science comprehensive 300. Is this for real? Lin Chuan, did you Photoshop this? No way, a perfect score is just too absurd. I didn't speak. Because there was no need. Zhang Yang remained silent for a full 5 minutes. During those 5 minutes, the group chat had gone wild. Someone zoomed in on the screenshot. Someone questioned whether the system had made an error. Someone asked if old Joe was around. Someone even wondered if they had checked the wrong person. Until Zhang Yang finally sent a line. Impossible. Just 3 words. Yet they felt like his last line of defense. Immediately after, he sent another message. Perfect score on the college entrance exam. Are you kidding me, Lin Chuan? Don't fool everyone with fake images. I looked at these words and didn't get angry. 7 days ago, if someone had told me I could get a perfect score on the college entrance exam, I would have thought they were crazy. I'll just screen record it. Starting from refreshing the page. Enter the admission ticket number. Enter your ID number. Verification code. Click to search. Results displayed. 750. Then send it to the group. This time, the group was even quieter. Because a screen recording is more convincing than a screenshot. But Zhang Yang still didn't believe it. The system might have made a mistake. A perfect score is impossible. Especially the Chinese essay. How could it be 150? Old Joe finally showed up. Lin Chuan, send me your admission ticket number privately. I sent it over. 3 minutes later, old Joe called me directly. I answered it. On the other end of the line, old Joe's voice was trembling. Lin Chuan, teacher, don't close the page right now. Okay? Are your parents nearby? Yes. Tell them not to panic either. I was stunned for a moment. Old Joe took a deep breath, as if trying to suppress his emotions. The teacher is now contacting the school and the admissions office to verify. But looking at the current page, he paused for several seconds. You really might get a perfect score. My fingers slowly tightened. Teacher, I've checked several times, and the score is still the same. There was a silence on the other end of the line for a moment. Then I heard old Joe lower his voice and say, good kid. These 3 words made my nose tingle more than any compliment ever could. Half an hour later, the school leadership called old Joe. Another 10 minutes passed, and old Joe posted a message in the class group. Preliminary verification completed. Lin Chuan's grades are correct. The group chat fell silent. After a few seconds, Wang Pengzi started spamming the screen wildly. Bro Chuan is awesome. Bro Chuan is awesome. Brother Chuan is amazing. This time, no one complained about him being noisy. Because everyone was stunned. Shen Jixia messaged me privately, Lin Chuan. I replied, yeah. She sent a message, you really did it. I looked at these words, and my heart suddenly softened. I replied to her, yeah, I didn't lie to you. She didn't reply for a long time. After a long while, she finally sent, I know. That night, my home phone was practically ringing off the hook. Old Joe called. The principal called. People from the education bureau called. Relatives, having heard the news from somewhere, called one after another. My mom went from crying at first to laughing later, and finally to being unable to speak at all. When others asked her, did your son really get a perfect score? She would only repeat, yes, a perfect score. That's right. 750. I also got full marks in Chinese. I don't know how he managed to score that. My dad was even more dramatic. At first, he pretended to be calm. Later, my uncle called and said, brother-in-law, your Lin Chuan has really made something of himself. My dad replied, not bad, not bad. Just normal performance. After hanging up, he turned and went into the kitchen, closing the door behind him. I heard the sound of sniffing coming from inside. My mom glanced at me and whispered, "Your dad cried." I said, "Didn't he say it was a normal performance?" My mom wiped her tears with a smile and said, "He's just stubborn." The next morning, before I was even awake, old Joe came to my house in person. He didn't come alone. The principal, vice principal, grade director, and several teachers all came. The hallway was packed with people. When I opened the door, old Joe saw me, and his eyes were actually red. Lin Chuan. I had just called out teacher when old Joe grabbed me in a hug. "You really made your teacher proud, kid." I froze. In my memory, Lao Zhou has always been strict. He has scolded me, lectured me, and looked at me with disappointment. But he has never held me like this before. I suddenly remembered what he said in the office that day. 7 days is indeed very short, but if a person truly awakens, 7 days can also change many things. I whispered, "Teacher, thank you." Old Joe patted me on the back. "You should thank yourself." The school hung a banner that very day. "Warm congratulations to our school's student Lin Chuan for achieving a total score of 750 in the college entrance exam." Red background with yellow characters, placed in the most prominent spot at the school gate. As I stood under the banner taking photos, I was still a bit dazed. 7 days ago, when I entered this school, I was still the bottom of the barrel in their eyes. 7 days later, my name was posted at the school gate. The reporters also came. The cameras were pointed at me. "Lin Chuan, I heard your grades weren't particularly outstanding before the college entrance exam. What made you achieve such a big breakthrough?" I can't say that I can see the scores, nor can I say that every choice during those 7 days was raising the scores. I thought for a moment and said, maybe it's because I finally stopped wanting to run away. The journalist was taken aback. I continued. "I used to think that low scores were just low scores after all. I wasn't cut out for studying anyway. Later, I realized that the truly frightening thing isn't the low scores. You know you're falling, yet you pretend not to see it." Behind the camera, old Joe's eyes grew redder. The reporter asked again, "So, what do you think is the secret to a perfect score?" I smiled. "Secure every question you know how to answer. Break down every question you don't know how to answer as best you can. Push yourself one step further in every moment you feel like giving up." This interview was later edited into a short video and spread online. The title is quite exaggerated. From last place to full marks. A teen rewrites his fate in 7 days. The comments below are all in shock. But what I'm really waiting for isn't the netizens' comments. It was Zhang Yang's apology. In the afternoon, old Joe called a few of us outstanding students to the school for a photo. Zhang Yang came too. He scored 692, still an excellent result. If it weren't for me, he would be the most dazzling person in the entire school. But now, every camera is aimed at me first. Zhang Yang stood behind the crowd, his expression dark. After the photos were taken, he walked up to me on his own. The few classmates around immediately fell silent. Wang Pongzi stood beside me and whispered, "Chuan Ge, he's not still being stubborn, is he?" Zhang Yang looked at me for a long time. Then he lowered his head. "I'm sorry." This time, his voice was not loud, but it was very clear. I looked at him. He said, "I shouldn't have looked down on you before. I shouldn't have said your efforts were embarrassing. I shouldn't have used grades to put you down." Everyone around was stunned, because no one expected that Zhang Yang would actually admit it. I was a bit surprised too. He lifted his head, his face showing both reluctance and relief. "You are indeed better than me." After saying this, he seemed to finally breathe a sigh of relief. I looked at him and suddenly felt that this rivalry had gone far enough. I said, "You are also very strong." Zhang Yang was stunned. I continued, 692 isn't a score just anyone can achieve." His lips moved slightly, and in the end, he let out a bitter smile. "But you got 750. I laughed. "So don't look down on others from now on." Zhang Yang was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. "Got it." This slap in the face wasn't as intense as I had imagined. No headstand while washing hair. No desperate begging for mercy. But it felt even better. Because the person who once looked down on me from a high place has finally acknowledged me. And I no longer need to humiliate him to prove myself. In the evening, the crowd at the school gate gradually dispersed. I stood alone under the banner, looking at my own name. Shen Jishao walked over to me. She looked up at the banner and said with a smile, "Lin Chuan, perfect score on the college entrance exam." I felt a bit embarrassed. "Don't call me that." She looked at me. "Then what should I call you?" My heart began to beat faster. But this time, there were no numbers to tell me whether I should panic. Because the golden finger had disappeared. I could only rely on myself. Shen Jishao looked at me and asked softly, "So, can you give me the answer now?" The sunset fell into her eyes, like the beam of light in the stairwell 7 days ago. Back then, I had rejected her. It's not because I don't like her. It's because I was afraid I had no future. But now, I can finally stand before her without hiding, without backing down, without running away. I said, "Shanjisha, on the day before the college entrance exam, it wasn't that I didn't like you." Her eyes flickered slightly. I continued, "I liked you too much, so I didn't want to promise you with who I was at that time. Back then, I couldn't even save myself. I was afraid that once I agreed, I would never be able to climb back up." Shensha lowered her head and let out a soft laugh. "What about now?" I looked at her and said seriously, "Now I want to ask you again. Shen Jisha, once the admission letter arrives, can I officially pursue you?" She looked at me, her eyes curving into a smile. "Sure." At that moment, the evening breeze swept through the school gate. The banner swayed gently. I suddenly felt that this was the perfect score I truly wanted. Not 750. But I finally didn't let myself down. Chapter 15. Life has no fixed score. The day the admission letter arrived, my mother wore a new dress. My dad also rarely shaved his beard cleanly. The courier had just arrived downstairs when my mom rushed out, even faster than me. The courier smiled and said, "Who is Lin Chuan?" I was about to answer when my mom pointed at me and said, "Him, he's Lin Chuan." Her voice was so loud that the entire building could hear it. The courier handed the admission letter to me. Red cover with a gold embossed school emblem. The most prestigious university in the country. I looked down at it, my fingers trembling slightly. On the day I checked my college entrance exam scores, I thought I was already excited enough. But it wasn't until I actually held this admission letter in my hands that I truly understood. Scores are just tickets to the future. And this acceptance letter means that door has truly opened. My mom stood beside me, tears streaming down her face again. "Don't cry," I said a little helplessly. She wiped her tears while laughing. "Mom is happy." My dad stood behind, hands behind his back, with a stern expression. "Take a photo." My mom immediately said, Yes, take a photo." So the three of us stood at the entrance of the residential area and took a photo. I was holding the admission letter. My mom was linking arms with me. My dad stood on the other side, desperately trying to suppress the corners of his mouth, but he just couldn't hold it back. After taking the photo, he insisted on seeing it. After staring at it for a while, he frowned and said, "I didn't stand properly just now. Take another one." My mom called him out. "You just want to take a few more pictures." My dad stubbornly replied, "This is such an important occasion. What's wrong with having a few extra photos?" I looked at them and suddenly felt that I had never been so at ease in my entire life. The family group chat soon became lively as well. In the past, during holidays and festivals, someone would always bring up my grades. "How's Lin Chuan doing in school lately?" It's normal for boys to mature a bit later. If it really doesn't work out, learning a trade is also fine. These words sound like comfort, but in reality, every single one stings my parent hearts. But now the group chat is full of congratulations. Lin Chuan is so accomplished. A perfect score champion. The Lin family's ancestors must be smiling from above, From now on, we must have Lin Chuan share his experience with the younger siblings. My dad only replied with a few words in the group chat. The kid earned it on their own. But I saw him staring at his phone, smiling all afternoon. Old Joe also called me back to school to give a talk to the next batch of senior high school students. The moment I stepped onto the podium, I felt a bit dazed. A few months ago, I was still sitting down there, sleeping. Now, I'm standing on the stage, with a group of bright-eyed juniors sitting in the audience. Old Joe was sitting in the front row, smiling at me. I held a microphone and didn't talk about any genius comeback. Nor did I mention miracles. I only said, "You may have heard that I went from the bottom to a perfect score in 7 days. But I don't want you to believe in miracles today. I want to tell you, don't wait until the last 7 days to wake up." Someone in the audience laughed. I laughed too. Really? I'm exhausted. The laughter grew even louder. I continued, "If there were a number above your head right now, representing your college entrance exam score, would you dare to look up?" The classroom fell silent. Many people were stunned. I said I didn't dare to before, because I knew that number must be ugly. So I chose not to look, chose to run away, chose to pretend the college entrance exam was still far off. But later I realized, even if you don't look, it's still there. You run, but it's still there. The more you pretend everything is fine, the harder it will come crashing down on you one day in the future. I looked at the students in the audience, and it felt like I was seeing myself from 7 days ago. So, if your grades aren't good right now, it's nothing to be ashamed of. What's shameful is knowing they're not good, yet refusing to change. As long as the bell hasn't rung, as long as the paper is still in your hands, you still have a chance. After he finished speaking, applause rang out in the classroom. Old Joe stood up and clapped the hardest. As I walked off the stage, he said in a low voice, "Not bad." I smiled and said, "They're all things you used to scold me for." Old Joe glared at me. "I call that education." "Right. Education." He couldn't help but laugh. Later, Zhang Yang was also admitted to a very good university. Before leaving, he invited me to a meal. At the table, he raised his drink. "Lin Chuan, I used to really dislike you." I smiled. What a coincidence. I used to dislike you too. He was stunned for a moment, then smiled as well. But now I'm convinced. I said, "Don't admire me, admire yourself." 692 is also impressive. Zhang Yang was silent for a moment, then said, "Actually, in the few days before the college entrance exam, I was really afraid you would surpass me. I could tell." He gave a wry smile. "That's why I've been provoking you all along." I said, "It's pretty obvious." He sighed. "Can you at least save me some face?" I laughed. He also smiled. After that meal, we weren't exactly friends, but we were no longer enemies either. Some people appear in your youth not to accompany you to the end, but to push you forward. That's just how Zhang Yang is. As for Shen, after the admission letter arrived, I formally invited her to the bookstore next to the school. It was the same bookstore where my salary first went from $250 to $450. She stood in front of the college entrance exam materials section, smiling at me. "Why did you choose to meet here?" I said. "Because this is where my life started over." She looked down at the top-scoring essay materials for the college entrance exam on the bookshelf and couldn't help but laugh. "Other people go on dates to the movies, and you bring me to see Wusan." I said seriously. "It's meaningful." She laughed even harder. I laughed too. After laughing, I took a notebook out of my backpack. It was my error logbook for these 7 days. On the first page was written, "Before the college entrance exam ends, no dating, no gaming, no giving up." Shen Jisha's eyes flickered slightly at those words. "So what now?" I picked up my pen and added a line below. "After the college entrance exam, I'll seriously pursue Shinjisha." Her face suddenly turned red. "Lin Chuan. Why are you so direct now?" I closed the notebook and looked at her seriously. Because before, I always felt that liking someone should be kept hidden, afraid of not being good enough, afraid of being laughed at, afraid of holding back the future. Later, I realized that the truly important things shouldn't be run away from. She looked at me, her eyes bright. So, how are you planning to pursue her? I thought for a moment. Start by treating you to bubble tea. She laughed. That's it. Then I'll go with you to report to the university. And then, every exam, every choice, every time you need someone by your side in the future, I'll be there. Shenjisha lowered her head and smiled for a long time. Then softly said, Then I'll give you extra points. I was stunned. This sentence was like a beam of light, suddenly shining into my heart. The golden finger has disappeared. But it seems I can still see that number. It's not 750. Instead, it's a longer, more distant life. On the first day of university, I stood at the station dragging my suitcase. My parents came to see me off. My mom stuffed a big bag of food into my hands. Beef jerky, biscuits, cold medicine, a sewing kit, and even a small bag of red dates. I laughed helplessly. Mom, I'm going to college, not fleeing a famine. She glared at me. What do you know? You'll need all of this when you're away from home. My dad stood beside me and handed me a bank card. There's living expenses in it. I said, Didn't you already transfer it to me? He said, This is a backup. I took the card, feeling a warmth in my heart. As the boarding gate was about to close, my mother started crying again. I hugged her. Mom, I'll come back often. She nodded. I then looked at my dad. My dad coughed and reached out to pat me on the shoulder. Don't get carried away when you go to college. Mem, don't push yourself too hard either. I was stunned for a moment. He turned his face away. Your health matters too. Oh, I smiled. I understand, Dad. As the train started moving, I sat by the window, watching my parents' figures gradually fade away. My phone buzzed. It was a photo sent by Shinjisha. She had also arrived at the entrance of her university. Caption, See you at university, Lin Chuan. I replied to her, Classmate Shinjisha, see you in the future. After putting down my phone, I looked out the window. Sunlight fell on the railway tracks, shining like a path leading into the distance. I suddenly remembered that morning 7 days ago. In the bathroom mirror, I saw a red 250 floating above my head. Back then, I thought that was my fate. Only later did I realize. Fate is not a fixed number. Life is not a test paper that has already been graded. It is more like a very, very long exam. Sometimes you write the wrong answer. Sometimes you misread the question. Sometimes you might be so afraid that you want to leave the entire exam paper blank. But as long as the bell hasn't rung yet, as long as you're still willing to pick up your pen, you can always Who changes? Later, many people ask me what exactly helped me get a perfect score in the college entrance exam. I thought about it for a long time. It wasn't talent. It wasn't luck. It wasn't just that sudden number. What truly saved me was that I finally dared to look up and see my own failure. Then, bit by bit, I turned it around. At 18, I once thought a score of 250 was my fate. I only found out later. The exam paper of Fatia, as long as the bell hasn't rung, you can always change your answers.